artificial intelligence and all the complexity of the technology and the solution to problems and today's problematics and future problems. It's a purely regional context, the Council of Europe, but it goes beyond the European Union. We hope that this convention subsequently will open the debate on the world awareness, because we have precedents that have been negotiated and treated in the Council of Europe and in the Organization of the United Nations also. Thank you for such information. Our next speaker is Dr. Susikarira Sibina, Madam from South Africa, Associate Professor on Digital Governance in terms of digital governance. Floor is yours, ma'am. 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, excellent. I'm really pleased to follow the prior presentation because I won't speak about anything particularly digital, even though that's the work I'm currently doing. But what I did do is allow, so I have to declare this because yesterday one of the speakers declared not using ChatGPT. I chose to use ChatGPT to prove to Kais that next time he doesn't have to invite me. He can just generate the presentation. No, I'm joking, but it was actually to make a point. So wherever you see quotes, it's because it's not me, it's my friend ChatGPT speaking. What I wanted to do in speaking about the topic of actioning foresight is really to take an institutional perspective, because in a lot of the work that I've done, that's largely been in large organizations, organizations that are public institutions, national to local level, big multilateral institutions, NGOs that are large, have faced very similar issues that are really on an institutional level, and I thought this could be an interesting perspective to add to the conversation. And in my space, we've very much been referring to that sort of work and that body of work in the language of anticipatory governance, which I think is becoming quite a common framing, but that really speaks to going beyond visioning. It's really this idea that what does it look like to really speak of foresight in the context of action, which probably is what one ought to be doing. So I'll frame this within what I've been referring to for some years now as 3 shifts for the future, which is really these 3 questions. How do we get to think new things? How do we get to work with people in new ways? So how do we include? So I call 3 I's. And how do we actually enable new ways? And so the logic here being that we need different imagination, different imaginaries in many cases. Oh, I'm wondering why I'm hearing myself. Yes, it was a little bit confusing. Yes. But also how we do things differently in the sense of understanding that we are in, and I think Sandra was talking about this idea of how you really democratize space through inclusion and participation, but also how you in fact allow, even if you can think new things and do things in new ways, how you actually allow for that to happen. And that last bit is the one that's of particular concern to me. Many agencies are talking about exploring, discovering, acting. I think it maps very well against that. So let me just give a few points about each in the 10 minutes that I have. So imagination. We talk, you can't see in these slides, but actually I had color-coded so you could see every bit that was by ChatGPT. Now you'll have to guess which are my words and which ones are ChatGPT's words. Any place you see a long list, it's ChatGPT. I've discovered the one thing is that we can be much more succinct than ChatGPT. So imagination is really important in the space of anticipatory governance. We know that. Many of us use foresight and thinking tools to really expand imagination. But I think imagination is not only needed in coming up with images of the future, it's also really important in how we operationalize those images. So when we talk about innovating, that too requires imagination. a lack of imagination in how our organizations actually function could mean that you could come up with all sorts of wonderful ideas, but come back to the reality today, not in the future, of your organization that has no intention to actually actualize any of those wonderful imaginaries that you've invited them to come to. I have experienced this in many organizations, and so my conclusion or suggestion is that imagination, in fact, is a vital, vital cognitive capacity for anticipatory organizations, not just in order to dream the future, but actually to convert vision to action. And I think this will link to the institutional point. So I like to use this example, which I got from a colleague working in India with Spark. So where you think about the problem, for example, of housing that you don't like. So I do a lot of work in the planning and urban space. And if you think the problem is a shack that is inappropriate, but if you only can understand from an imagination perspective, dealing with that problem in very particular linear ways, then you stack up the problem into a bigger problem that creates new problems, and that's a lack of imagination. We tend to do this, and we tend to do this not only in terms of the image of the future, but also in our processes. We digitalize very inefficient processes, making them even more efficient. So doing the wrong thing more efficiently is not probably a sensible thing to do, but organizations do that all the time. So an example I wanted to use further to this is a conversation I was invited to recently around one of Africa's big metaverses. And we were having a conversation about golf courses in the metaverse. I didn't think golf courses would make it into the metaverse, but they have. But what was more surprising was when I was being asked about, from a physical planning perspective, physical planning in a metaverse, where we would locate the golf course. I found this very curious, because what it was really taking analog thinking about why golf courses look the way they do into a metaverse that doesn't function by the same rules. Because if a golf course is 18 holes, sometimes 19 holes in some countries, where you kick a ball around and get it into a hole, there are many ways you could think about that if physical space was not your constraint. But in a particular physical mode of thinking, and in a particular spatial mode of thinking, and in a particular economic mode of thinking, they could not think of a golf course in anything other than essentially what it is right now. This is a problem of imagination. So just a few points on the next one. So including in different ways, this is something I'm quite passionate about. The journey, I think, to thinking about new processes for the future has a lot to do with the fact that there's no constraint right now to involving almost every single person on the planet in any process. We have the technology to do that. It's a choice probably that we don't. But radical inclusion, how we create the spaces actually and systems that actually embrace and value that. Not because it's, what's the language now about diversity and inclusion? Not because it's a tagline, but because you actually believe that that makes the work better, because you believe that that makes the process better, that people can contribute, that the few don't solve for the billions while the billions sit and wait. This becomes a really important framing, I think, for actioning better or different futures. And we've done a bit of work in this regard that really talks about decolonizing, not just in terms of colonization and colonial legacy, but in terms of understanding what is it on a political societal level that stops us from doing things that are different, what is it from an instrumental, procedural side, so what are those processes and methodologies that don't allow us to include, but also what are the forms of intellectual colonization that really begin to hold us back. So a lot of thinking in that regard, and for me a lot of that has to do with a different level of what I would call radical inclusion, and that has to be, in my view, part of actioning any different future. This is even messier than the last one. This is the work of Joe Ravitz, where he really talks about Foresight 3.0. That's not just about the image of the future you create, but this idea that you can be radically inclusive, but inclusive procedurally, inclusive in terms of how you generate what we now refer to as collective intelligence, and why that can actually be the core element if you want to transformative futures. So I'd really recommend looking at some of this work. For the public sector space, I found it incredibly useful. But I promised that I think the third most important thing is the institutionalization. I would just like to mention sometimes that the conditions it takes for a caterpillar to thrive, and sometimes we're dealing with caterpillars, so we can put them in a box and give them some cabbage. But if that caterpillar has to become a butterfly, it is not the best thing to put a butterfly in a box and feed it cabbage. So what does it look like to do things differently? Because you've changed something, right? So Institutionalizing futures thinking, I think, is something we've talked a lot about in the Foresight space, which is how do we have anticipation as a way of being? How do we get an anticipatory culture into organizations? But institutionalize the doing, I think we've been much poorer at. And this is the idea of anticipation as a way of acting. As a process of change. And I just want to highlight 3 major problems with this, at least in the organizations I'm in. You can determine if it applies to your organizations. The first is that we're extremely hierarchical. In almost every organization I've been in fact, organizations are almost defined by an organogram, which often by definition is set up as hierarchy. And our societies, I think also deeply, often culturally, are this as well. Well, the issue with that is that probably to look at institutionalizing things that are different, you have to possibly imagine different ways of organizing that are much more heterarchical, that are much more transversal, and not transversal in the sense of having different departments work with each other or creating new institutions to try and coordinate with each other, but to actually working differently, and that means something different. I've been encouraging people to really look up what transversality means, which often is something much more radical than I think some of the management sciences project it as. So are we able to do that? Are we able to work in these really ways that see power quite differently? The other issue, of course, is that we resist change. This is something that every individual does, the literature tells me, but also every organization does, and I've seen this. You're encouraged to innovate as long as everything stays the same. So this, of course, is quite a problem if we're going to talk about how we use the future to imagine doing something differently, if in fact you come up against an institution that has no intention of doing anything differently. So this is ChatGPT. I really wish the color codes were showing. So it tells us all of these things that we need in terms of actioning anticipatory governance. I completely agree with this long list. I think we need all of these things. But for your benefit, I'll have a summary version of it, which is to say there have been many frameworks and tools. Oops, now something happened. Oops, now I'm going backwards. Okay, here we are. We've had many packages of tools, and this is just one summary that I pulled out in thinking about using the future in our organizational work. And I would argue that in this space, in that last brown box there that says create, where it talks about actions and outcomes, I actually don't agree with the examples that are there, because it puts in strategic planning into the space of action. Planning is not the same as action, and I'm a planner, so I think I'm qualified to say. And I think we have to do a lot more work into what it means to actually create in the space of the future. And I think it has a lot to do with the now. I think it has a lot to do with investing in building capabilities, in building insight into what the actual behavior of organizations is and why that can be a limiting factor, understanding the nature of our problems, but also courageous leadership that we need in order to actually do things differently. I'm noticing that I had a pretty cute quote that vanished there, but I had a quote that basically was saying that it's really important to anticipate about the future, but in fact, very often it has to do with the present, about ourselves, and about the now. And so I think if we don't manage to do that, then for me it's very difficult actually to imagine that foresight can ever be actioned other than creating pretty pictures. So I hope we can move into that.
Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Dr. GC. You respected the time allotted to you. That is 10 minutes. Thank you for this. 3 essential elements: imagination, inclusion, and institutionalizing imagination. I appreciated the picture of your Indian colleague in which you present the problems as ways for solutions. The pessimist sees in each difficulty an opportunity, whereas the optimist sees in each difficulty opportunities. The second element is the inclusion through this quotation, that is to reinvent. And I believe this invitation today is done by the Policy Center for the New South, ICISCO, and University Prince Mohammed bin Fahd in this regard. That is talking about partnerships, as you said. The third element is the institutionalization with also this integration. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to our next speaker, Dr. Ivana Milosevic, Director and Instructor at the Meta Future School. The floor is yours, ma'am. Thank you so much.
previous speakers. What a fantastic input and so many fantastic ideas. I would like to now start discussing them all. But I would like to tell you why I'm into futures. And like some other people, I'm one of those strange persons that often fights with algorithms and technology. And I'll tell you why. Often in a drop-down menu, I can't find my country of origin. It's just been deleted because it no longer exists. So I'm always interested in seeing who creates reality, how, and why. Another thing I would like to touch upon is when Dr. Hala Abu Ali was talking about inflation in Egypt right now. When I was in my early 20s, which was in early 90s, I lived through and I check on my phone because those numbers don't mean anything to me as numbers, just as lived experience. And as numbers, apparently at that time, monthly rate of inflation was 313 million% in January 1994. Daily inflation was 62%, and in 1 hour, 2.03%. I just Googled it. Now, those numbers, as I said, don't mean much to me, but I had lived experience of going into a store and running before the store's person comes with another price. So you have to buy a yogurt for 100 million before it becomes 1 billion dinars. So in terms of futures, I think when we want to make something translatable from vision to reality, we also need to think about lived experiences. Lots of people think about futures being out there, and I think this is some of our problems. I personally lived through a complete social collapse. So I may be a pessimist and the queen of worst-case scenarios, but I know that we need to have both perspectives, and that is something that we are working on in the area of future studies, to bring transdisciplinarity, to bring multiple perspectives, to bring true inclusion into everything we are doing. This is why, as futurists, we often wear many hats. I'll just share some of mine. I've been a university professor in Australia, Serbia, and Taiwan. Different areas: sociology, education, gender studies, peace and conflict studies, future studies. And for me, thinking about the futures is always thinking more in terms of how are our societies and cultures responding, and us as individuals, not just in terms of government policies and technology. Also, in terms of resolving conflict, I'm very passionate about using futures tools and methods to solve the conflict, because with this algorithm that has deleted my identity and has deleted my country of origin, the solution is very easy. It's just so simple. You just put other underneath. It's such a simple intervention. Why is it not done? I think because, as Dr. Geshe was saying, lack of imagination. We are so present-focused that there is even a cognitive bias called the present focus, the bias of being present-centered. So that is academic, organizational. Currently, I'm a senior foresight and future specialist for Asian Development Bank, worked in Brunei, Abu Dhabi government. We do lots of consulting. This is one exciting project that we were part of, and you can read it. It's freely available online. Government of New Zealand working on how to translate vision into reality. Their new measurement of development and well-being and progress is well-being, and they measure it in a very interesting way. So they're going beyond GDP, because what you measure, you treasure, as we heard yesterday from Dr. Christine. So this was something that Ministry of Transport worked on. Also education, as I said, conflict transformation using futures. We publish lots of those case studies, especially this latest book on CLA, 30 Years of Transformative Research, where you can see lots of studies, lots of case studies, how various societies, organizations, individuals, communities are translating vision into reality. Now, I'm also passionate, this is my pet project, which is about fiction. And the reason why I dabble a little bit in this, because it gives you free space to imagine something differently. And this is, I think, critically important for democratization of foresight and futures thinking, both to communicate to younger people and work with them participatively in an inclusive way. This project also we did in Serbia with thousands and thousands of young people in schools. So this is something that I think we need to do, democratize across age groups. So it's not just us, like 20, 30, 40, 50 and above, but also much younger people, and also diversified and democratized across disciplines and worldviews. So what I learned from all those things, and didn't use ChatGPT, I probably should have, but this is what I learned. And there are certain organizational issues and social cultural issues why we don't translate vision in reality. In the former Yugoslavia, we had a fantastic vision for the future, and then everything went pear-shaped. Utopia became dystopia. We know that, learn from history. So organizational issues is that often there is no integration between the stated goals and practice on the ground. We heard that from previous speakers as well. That vision, system, and culture are not in alignment. The systems are notoriously resistant to change. Even here, we still have the paradigm of university lecture. So we all, and probably me too, will go over time because that's what we are conditioned. That's our culture, to just keep on talking and lecturing. So systems are resistant to change, and multiple stakeholders have what appear, and I say what appear rather than what they have as incompatible goals and interests. Now, at the social cultural level, old habits die hard, change and complexity have increased, we heard that, and polarization has increased as well. And we've seen that with COVID, with educational systems. My doctorate was in education, so I looked into educational change there. And people in the 90s were complaining, why is introduction of technology so slow? It took 20 years. Technologies were there for 20 years, but it took external, you have to do it, through the pandemics, for educational institutions to finally properly respond and introduce hybrid and blended learning and so on. So this is what I also explored in some of my academic articles. It seems that even at the individual level, this change is hard because of the way our brain works, apparently. And it is very common that all of us have these biases when we think about the future. As I said, future is out there. Then when we think about the future, we think about the arrival. So many countries have this vision for 2035. Brunei, where I work, Wawasan 2035. It's like it's one spot. It's not a dynamic process. It's like we will arrive to the future somehow. And then there is this linear projection, there is optimism, there is personal exemption. Lots of young people know that things are going to probably, well, we don't know exactly, but it's not looking lovely with climate change, but somehow they don't think it will personally affect them. This is why there is an approach in the area of future studies about doing lots of experiential futures to actually experience what a social collapse will look like. Not just talk about it, not just cognitively think about it, but experience what that will be like, because then we may start bridging that vision to reality. And having said that, there have been some successes in organizations, even though they are indeed hierarchical, and there is lots of resistance to change. ADB is one example where in just 7 short years, they trained from 2 people to hundreds and hundreds of their staff because they committed to it. They work at the level of self, team, networks, organizations, and countries. Then they look at deeper stories utilizing different methods such as causal layer analysis, going beyond scenarios that are usually flat, but investigating those deeper stories and how system, culture, worldview, and litany are now and how they may be if they are transformed. There is obviously the role of leadership, and we heard that, and I congratulate you because it seems that this university, PMU, ISESCO, UNESCO, there are lots of great leaders that give me faith that there will be movement in the right direction. But I would also like to say that even people who don't formally have positions of leaders can always lead in their zone of influence and zone of control. This is what democratizing futures also means. Teamwork is, as we heard, also critically important. I'm going to skip this. What I've learned is that in addition to leadership and commitment, it's important to have these teasers and pilot projects, and I know I've been a fortunate recipient of PMU's pilot project with Futures Research Grants, where you actually put things out there and then see if there is a buy-in, if there is a likelihood that something will be implemented. Improvisation, needs-based approaches. When you meet the needs of organizations, of organizational priorities, of stakeholders, it's more likely that the vision and the implementation will take place. And then to do that, you need to decolonize the future, as we heard. We need to incorporate different worldviews and discourses. And to make certain things more visible, elephants in the room, to make then also this shared ownership of vision rather than being a top-down. The concluding slide is something that I would also like to bring in. This is my professorial hat right now. I think we need, oops, gone, doesn't matter. I'll just, from my memory, say that we need to have actually broad knowledge of these tools and methods, which is why Foresight needs to be institutionalized and some people need to be in charge of it, because you need to have that broad knowledge when in real time you're with participants to be able to address what's happening and maybe change your presentation and change the method you're using based on what's happening on the ground. So lots of experiments, lots of participation, inclusion, and then having a little bit of fun, hopefully, with all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivana Milosevic. Thank you for having started with statistics. Not to say that statistics is the art of lying with precision, but to relativize the importance given to figures and numbers. You wear many hats. This helps you to appreciate this art in its complexity, and this complexity which signifies today and explains to us the gap between vision and reality. And thank you for having given us many concrete and practical elements, how to reduce and bridge the gap between vision and reality through organizational elements in governance, but also sociocultural elements and cultural blockage. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Jair Lafontaine, Foresight strategist, cognizant from Toronto, Canada.
Very much. I first want to thank ISESCO for the invitation to be here. It's just so lovely to be with you all. It's very difficult to keep up with all of the innovation that goes on in this field. And so I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of my colleagues, many of whom I'm meeting for the first time, but who I have known in the academic literature and in their work. So that is just a wonderful opportunity. So I greatly appreciate it. In the next few moments, I want to share two things with you. First, I want to talk about the state of foresight as I see it in the organizations in which I do most of my work, so that's large private companies. I feel a little bit like a fish out of water among you, but I hope you get something out of this talk. So I'll tell you about the state of foresight in those companies, and then I want to make the case that there are changes happening that could make these organizations much more future-aware moving forward. So to begin, I'd like to share something that the biologist E.O. Wilson said, which I return to again and again. When asked whether humans would be able to rise to the complex challenges that we face, he replied, "The real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and futuristic technology. I think what he was trying to convey is that our minds, our institutions, and our technologies operate on different clocks and at different scales. And so, addressing our biggest challenges, some of which we've heard about in this panel, it requires getting these things to work together harmoniously in some way. And that's not an easy thing to do, right? Because the interaction effects between our minds, our institutions, and our technologies are very complex and difficult to anticipate. That's why we do the work that we do. And often the results of those interactions are very counterintuitive. So take the case of social media. We've heard a lot about the impacts of social media at this conference as well. So what did the early pioneers of social media think they were doing? Well, they saw the technology as a catalyst for creating a more open and connected world, as a means of placing freedom of expression beyond the reach of censors, and as a commons, a digital commons where everyone could be seen and heard. Right? So this was the vision of social media. What happened? The early innovators of social media forgot, right? We now know the real impact of social media has been far more mixed. It's spread misinformation, it's deepened political polarization, and it's created vast privacy issues. And that's because they forgot that humans and digital technologies work on different clocks and at different scales. For the majority of human history, our social lives were contained within small, tight-knit groups, and our interactions were time-bounded. You know, you would see somebody and have a conversation and then go away, and you wouldn't see them again for a while. And those interactions are regulated by webs of mutual obligation. And the design of social media took account of very little of that inheritance, of that social inheritance of being human. So these impacts, the negative impacts of social media, are the result of design choices that we made along the way. And that resulted in it being an imperfect technology for encouraging healthy, positive, and productive human interactions. Okay? There is another vision of social media that's possible. You know, it's one that values privacy, it promotes healthy interactions, and maybe even provides users fair compensation for the use of their data, right? And we might get there. We could. You're already kind of seeing the early stages of that in the retreat from these big open platforms, which have become so toxic and infested with advertising bots and so on. And people are retreating into these cozier spaces that what the tech writer Venkatesh Rao calls the cozy web. So those are things like small, friendly WhatsApp chats or WeChat, right? Slack channels, Discord chats. That is social media on a human scale. That's the way I sort of see that. So I tell this story and I point out this design problem because I think it's illustrative of a problem that is we also face in making organizations future aware, and particularly in the world in which I operate, in the business world. It's a difficult task because, again, Foresight and modern corporations operate on different clocks and at different scales. Anyone who's worked in the private sector has felt the sense of urgency, right, that attends the life inside of a business. There's always a clock that's ticking away in the background towards some deadline or event. Could be a review cycle, right, internal review, could be an investor update, everybody's tense about it, an initial public offering and the pending product launch. There's always some relative near-term horizon. That's intentional in the design of this institution, right? Businesses are built for speed and they're fixated on these near-term results. If they're a startup, maybe they're looking for the next tranche of funding or set of investors. If they're publicly traded, they're laser focused on their quarterly earnings. And so what you find is that when you do foresight sometimes in these organizations is that foresight is simply operationalized as an input into one or another of these more near-term objectives. So you look at weak signals of change, and they get immediately operationalized as maybe a new feature of a product, that they inform it in some way. Or a scenario exercise finds its way into an annual report, which then gets put into into the drawer, right, to gather dust, and so on. So, and in this way, that they miss the value. These organizations miss the value that foresight can bring to an organization. And we've heard this several times on this panel. We advise our clients, we advise the institutions we work with, to view foresight not as a standalone initiative with a static outcome or as an input into a planning or innovation initiative, but as an ongoing sensing function. An ongoing sensing function with the purpose of simply being curious and critical about the future, and of spreading this future awareness into the culture, into the culture of the organization. This type of function has a difficult time finding a home in the modern corporation. It's an imperfect institution in the same way that social media was an imperfect technology for achieving a motivating view of the long-term future. So this sounds pessimistic, but I want to stress that I don't find these results discouraging. We've come a long way doing foresight work in these types of organizations, but we've yet to see the full flowering of the promise of foresight in the business world. So, and I believe getting there requires asking a different question, right? If we ask how to convert foresight into action, the issue with that framing is that it can potentially subordinate our long-term vision and aspirations for the future to the short-term goals that dominate that world. The question should instead be, how do we develop and maintain a motivating vision of the future and ensure that every action that we undertake pays homage to and is in service of that vision? Right? So there are good reasons to be optimistic. I think this is, we are making progress, and I want to make maybe a futuristic case right now about how we're going about that. Let's talk briefly about the changes happening within Foresight. I was joking with some of my colleagues in the green room about this prevalent notion that futurists, we all have this view into the future, you know, the classic crystal ball sort of understanding of futures. That's not true, obviously, but the kernel of truth in there is that foresight is, and always has been, an artisan's trade, right? In which we have highly trained practitioners. They combine their craft and intuition to vividly bring the future to life alongside their clients or within their organizations, right? So it's a craft, and despite our occasional protests, we are still a bit of a discipline of experts in a way. I know a lot of us don't like that word, but now we have learned to make foresight much more participatory to those who are outside our relatively small community of practice. We do things like trend immersions, multimedia scenario projects, forecasting tournaments. There's so much wonderful and interesting work going on in participatory foresight, and I just think there's such great energy there. But there's still a scaling problem of making a workforce comfortable and competent with using the tools, methods, and mindset of foresight in their day-to-day. That's still a barrier. But I think we're seeing the dawn of a powerful new set of tools, right? So we heard maybe some ChatGPT made its way into, yeah. And, you know, maybe some of you have figured this out already, but these images I'm using in this presentation, I used a generative AI called Midjourney to make these slides. And these are all generated from prompts in the text of this speech, okay? So in the past decade or so, many functions of organizations like accounting, project management, human resources, they've been streamlined and automated by the rise of software as a service and cloud computing. And today we're living through the first wave of commercialization of these types of technologies. And I think they will have a similar impact on the strategic functions of an organization. We're just at the very beginning of that. 2 minutes? Yeah. 1 minute. Oh. Maybe I'll just close on this then. There's a variation of chess called centaur chess, in which teams of humans and AI, they jointly decide on which moves to make. And typically in centaur chess, the AIs play one another, and the human players have the opportunity to intervene and to set their AI teammate down different strategic pathways. So I think Foresight is evolving from an artisan craft into something like a centaur discipline, right? That will combine the strengths of humans and all these emerging tools, generative AI, large language models, and things that we don't even have names for yet. And we're going to go through this transformation in the same way that the SaaS industry has made things like accounting and human resources and benefits management much more accessible to a wide range of businesses and have automated these functions. There are still people who do that professionally. It hasn't obsoleted human resources managers or accountants. They've just become very powerful tools for accomplishing their ends, and it has spread those practices and embedded them much more deeply in organizations. I think we are going to see the same thing with the strategic functions of organizations with these emerging technologies. I have more to say about why I think the future of corporations is maybe not as dim as we sometimes allow ourselves to believe, but maybe we can save that for the Q&A. So I'll end here, and thank you for your attention.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you. Thank you for this illumination on question of social networks and technology. I have kept two fundamental questions you raised. First, how not to sacrifice the present moment with far-off visions, because we have the long time and the short time, the present, and there's the question of coherence and motivation in the application and implementation of this long-term vision. And mainly, I believe I have a question to raise also, the fact that governments change, generate new visions and not durability and sustainability of the actions, so it will delay further implementation. So this would raise probably a question and some concern in democracy. The last speaker, last but not least, Dr. Suhail Inayatullah, Chair in Future Studies, Professor, Tamkang University, Editor, Journal of Future Studies, and researcher at MetaFuture.
I prepared a presentation, did 6, 7 drafts. They've said everything, so I'm not going to use it. As futurists, we need to learn how to adapt, so I'm adapting. I'm being agile. I want to thank Mahdi Almandra. I was 24 years old, working with the American justice system, and I went to a conference, and he was there, and he said, you should go to Morocco. And so Mahdi said that 20, 40 years ago to me, so I'm living Mahdi's imagination. So thank you for making Mahdi's vision real. I'm happy to be here. The approach we use, so I quickly wrote a new speech. So the approach science has used, the scientific revolution, was about disinterest. The revolution succeeded because there was disinterest between us and the data. As futurists, going back to D.G. Salim Malik, we create a distance. He used the narrative of the voyage, the journey. We're not on land, we're at sea, looking back at land. That distance allows us to see the present as remarkable, the present as new, the present as something else. The distance allows us to rethink the future as well. So staying with that, we become navigators. But we live in a world of anchors. These anchors are often the head of HR, the head of accounting, the parliamentarian who once told me, you think we care, we don't care. help us get elected. In this world of anchors, what do we as futurists do? We work with them to see if we can move the anchor from one shore to another shore, whether it's material or digital. We want them to rethink our identities, their identities. So futures is about this rethinking, reconfigurement. But for it to work, we have to move to a third space, from disinterest to distance to intimacy. The intimacy is our relationship with the future. Having been doing this, I took a course in 1976, so it's been a few decades for me. And I've watched what works and what doesn't work. I had a large project with a corporation, and the CEO was excited, one vice president was excited, the third vice president was staring at us, getting angrier and angrier. We developed the scenarios, then we said, what's your narrative? What's the story that gets you there? They said, aha, we're Cinderella and Prince Charming. Prince Charming is government funding. Cinderella is us trying to get them excited about us. We started to explore other models of the story. Could Cinderella become an entrepreneur? What could Cinderella do differently? As we were doing this, the participants understood clearly it was not just about scenarios. It was not just about strategic foresight. It was their anchoring in reality which had to shift. The vice president who didn't like us got even angrier. And she started to yell out things, almost swearing at us. And I said, who are you? And she looked at me and she said, don't you know? I go, I don't know. She goes, I am the wicked stepsister. And then I looked at her and I got scared. So what else could she have become? The wicked stepsister, when the session ended, she went straight to the CEO and said, I don't care if all of you love this. I don't care if it makes us a better company. Not 1 cent will go to this. Project over. What should we have done? Anyone? What would have been a better metaphor for her instead of the wicked stepsister? Who has an idea? You're all very smart people, leaders in your field. Instead of wicked stepsister, what do you recommend? Anyone from the panelists? Serious question. What was that? Okay, she could have been the critic. Now, within the story of Cinderella and, Prince Charming, what's a better narrative for her? She's the fairy godmother. As fairy godmother, she has power. She wants power. She wants to be the CEO. I knew that. She wants the other vice president dead. I knew that. We're very clear what's going on in the room. Fairy godmother gives her power in a way that supports innovation. All of us are living stories. What stories help create the worlds we wish for? Once we do that, our job gets easier. I work a lot with Interpol, with law enforcement. Those are fantastic meetings, but very tough meetings. Because they want to get hiring leadership by seniority. Young people say no. In one meeting, one of the young detectives said, tell me, we're doing all this work on anticipation. Tell me your story. He said, I'm an iPhone. Then he looked at all the detectives who were my age, 65 and older. He said, I'm an iPhone in a room full of Nokias. And I thought, oh God, he just ruined my one day. And I looked at the detectives and they all looked down. And I said, okay, you are the smartest one in the room. No question. You know cyber hacking. These 60-year-olds, they still drive stupid cars. And so then we had to change his story. And he changed his story to code design chip maker. Upstream, preventive, monitoring, working with everyone. And then I said, okay, you've done that rationally. Now I want to make you intimate with the future. So we did a process, and he changed the story. If you will how much time do I have? 5 minutes? 4 minutes?
3 minutes.
Perfect. So if you give me 3 minutes, let's do a process together. It requires 2 skill sets. Ability to close your eyes, ability to breathe. How many can do that? Okay, we're in the right room. So if you can just close your eyes, we're going to go on a journey to the year 2033. It's your journey. From disinterest to distance to intimacy. So everyone just close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Hold, hold. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out. Feel the floor. Feel your body. You're in a beautiful room. Let a happy memory of your life come to you. Something that gave you joy, closeness. Let that memory go from your toe to your head. You're in a room. We're on a 10-year journey. You walk outside the room. Let's go steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's a green hedge in front of you. Over the green hedge is your future of 2033. The hedge opens. You're now in the future. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Let images come to you. What do you see? Is it ChatGPT? Is it friends? Family? Nature? Elderly? Children? Let the images of your future come to you. Invite the most relevant ones into you. You continue walking. Now there's a tree. As we said on day one, as Kai said, the tree is ancient, has roots around the planet. The door of the tree opens. You're now inside the tree. You show respect. That person looks at you and they give you a message. The message is just for you. You note the message. It's a message from the future for you, only for you. It's an intimate message. Now the person looks at you. With their right hand, they give you a gift. The gift is an artifact. You open the gift. It's a present. You can touch it. It will take you to your future. You thank the person and you walk down the steps. You're now walking back to the hedge. Now let's go backwards 2033 back to today. 10, 9, 8, 2030. What did you do different? What did you change?
is going to be on. And usually there is some kind of conflict of interest. So how can you think about operationalizing Foresight? Because we know that Foresight is about setting certain objectives, but usually those objectives are not interesting for other people on other locations. So I think the complexity of implementation comes mainly from how to guarantee that everyone is there. You talked a little bit about co-design. I mean, the people should be involved from the very beginning, but there is this mismatch between top-down and bottom-up processes of implementing actions. And I would like to speak about neutrality. Usually speaking about Foresight has something to do with the political ideologies. So usually it's politicized, which means that Foresight is usually goes in one direction, one political ideological direction. And I think there was a comment by the moderator about this. I mean, with Foresight, I would rather say that Foresight is about planning that is usually done by technocrats. It's done by technocrats, but it's going to be applied by politicians, the executive branch, and which is a little bit. I see that that in itself is something that's going to be a little bit divisive. Thank you.
Conclure en 1 minute.
That's fine.
1 minute, thank you. So, questions addressed first to Inayatullah, pardon me, because you mentioned Ibn Muqaffa, La Fountain, and all of these elements. Probably you might give us some answers to the questions raised by the audience. Thank you.
But with the anchors is the challenge. I was asked by an EU project, 4-month project, to do this research project. And so I said, oh, actually, I need 38 seconds. They said, yeah, but our budget is for 4 months. I finished it in 38 minutes, just using chat, right? And they received it and they said, now what do we do? So the worldview that made sense of pre-AI reality is what we're reconstructing. And that becomes always part of our challenge. The disinterest to the distancing to creating something else. So it's teaching them and ourselves how do we redo self in this changing world. And so that we always go back to what their story is, because whatever we give or work with them, if it doesn't fit the story, either we change or they change. And that becomes the dialectical process.
Très bien. Quelqu'un voudrait peut-être réagir ou... Très bien. Ouais.
Somebody would like to react to this? Good.
Okay. So we know education is undergoing profound change. We are all in this business. Ministries are making certain decisions. Something is implemented very quickly, like in China. Policymakers made a decision that children should go online, and within months, everybody was online. So it can happen quickly. Public sector is notoriously slow here. But as I was saying earlier, everybody year asking students, what do you want your experience to be like? What is the school you would like? How do we create safe classroom, for example? So children become owners of that vision. So it's not schools saying zero bullying in our school. It's actually students themselves, and you can do that with 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, come up with a vision themselves, put it up on the wall, they own that vision, so when the conflict arises throughout the year, they can go back to it and discuss it. So it's actually very simple, like with that algorithm you just put other. There are many simple processes and there are many methods in our field, going beyond Foresight. In the area of future studies, we have people from we have Wahid here from Victor Motti from World Future Studies Federation, and we have lots of people that are doing different approaches. So you can see how many people have already
economy. The Foresight is not equivocal, it's a toolbox to build on the basis of the objectives you wish to attain. But there is the question of design thinking and the question of how you deal with your methodology. And here I go back to the wonderful work that UNESCO does or continues to do. The oversight is a participative, inclusive process. It's not top-down. It's not foresight. Second thing, there's a political dimension of choice, but you shouldn't forget that foresight, like a painter, gives on the basis of the choices you make that emanate from this construction, ideally, which is inclusive, participative, and once again, iterative. Good. Dr. Jamal later.
Mike.
I'll use the other one. The takeaway from this is to look at the youth in our part of the world. And I think we have to embrace innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. Those are three domains that are important, and we have to instill it in everyone. I like your comment of the future being nonlinear. Something about nonlinear, it could look like it's indeterministic, it could be chaotic, but boy, within chaos, there's always order. If you look at the fractals and the Mandelbrot's, the most beautiful pictures can be sometimes created as pieces of art by equations. But instead, I mean, I think we don't have to have limiters. We have to all dream, but we have to all do. Invent the future is a good thing, but then bring in the foresight into it and do something wonderful, which is deal with it and make it happen. I think us in the technical world, we love technology, of course, and we like to solve problems posed by everyday people. It's all about increasing productivity, efficiency. Let maybe the robots do the mundane work. Let the person, the human capital is most important. They're the ones that's going to be in the driver's seat. There's no fear of them taking over. And I guess, again, to Ray Kurzweil, when he says singularity is approaching, yes, but never, ever will machines take over. Robots will not take over. Socioeconomics, social changes, things are very much to be embraced. Sometimes the oversight by others is okay, but boy, do they limit sometimes creativity and entrepreneurship, and that is dangerous, and we don't want it to be. The oversight, to a certain extent, we talked about artificial intelligence is good. The nonlinear model loves the disruptors. The disruptors can come in all shapes, whether it could be a person, okay? It could be like a leader, and the leaders can make it happen, of course, accelerate as we go in the journey in the temporal domain. We live in different manifolds. Those disruptors are most needed, and when they're empowered, they can make things happen. But sometimes from within the crowd, somebody will emerge and be that disruptor, just like another Elon Musk, maybe, or another Steve Jobs, or any of those people.
Très bien.
Thank you.
Très bien.
That I really agree with. Again, I hear myself. I really appreciate this last question. And I think there's an issue of framing that has a lot to do with sort of modernist approaches, if I can just be a little bit academic about it, that sort of tends to see things in terms of singular, grand vision. singular, grand, Foresight gives you the one answer to everything, and we try to erase uncertainty, and we try to be linear. And I think that that's where perhaps it then becomes a site of contestation, as though multiple things can't be true, as though we don't need multiple visions, as though there isn't a difference between means and ends. And I think this is one of the points about the hierarchy I was trying to show. I think in a heterarchy, one appreciates that there are different sites of power, that there are different visions, that context matters, and we're not going to have one grand vision for the whole world, maybe not even the whole country, maybe not even the whole organization, and that can be okay, because you can have that sort of organized space. I do a lot of work with civic tech innovators, and it's really amazing. I mean, often it does feel a bit chaotic, but one begins to appreciate, one, the generative nature of it, that innovation does require space, and you can't always control everything about the space. But also in that uncertainty that sometimes is difficult maybe for me as the older in the room who perhaps is used to certain things, in allowing myself to be uncomfortable in that moment of change where I can't predict where the change is going, really interesting things happen. And maybe at certain points one intervenes and one does need to be on the same page. So yes, one isn't trying to have complete chaos. But I think often the issue isn't the multiplicity of visions or even contestations between them, it's the discomfort of those who are in a position to seek to control, and I think we have to revise that approach.
Très bien, merci.
Good, thank you. Of course, thank you. Pardon me, you have the time.
The question about the different speeds at which public and private institutions work, I think the success of collaborations between those two worlds depends on having a common language, right? A common language about the future and time. And this is a work in progress. We're learning from each other. The public institutions are learning from private institutions that life happens in real time and it's very messy. I can remember a meeting with a CEO of a financial institution, and in the middle of the meeting, he just commissioned a project. He's like, this sounds like something we should be investigating, let's do it. And then that's all that it required, right? That's now running in the opposite direction. It's going to take a lot for private institutions to learn to slow down because the incentives have not been properly aligned. And so the other thing I was going to address in my talk is that the reason that they aren't is because the private world has been able to ignore the externalities of their operations. Once the product leaves the door, they're no longer responsible, and they have this business environment, and that's their fiefdom. But I think we're seeing this movement towards the circular economy, an extended product stewardship, so that you're not just responsible for the product that's on the shelf, but the one that's in the landfill, and these types of emerging frameworks that to some extent will change the nature of business. That's the hope anyways, and invite them into a conversation about longer term futures. So in that case, we can start to have a common conversation about, not just what happens day to day, but where we're all going, together. So.
Yeah. Donc,
So once again, thank you to the different panelists for the richness and appropriateness of their presentation. We talked about problematics in good humor, in optimism, which is in itself an exploit. Having said this, we are a little bit behind the time scheduled. This is not the real problem. The real problem is that I now, and I'm the last obstacle between you and the coffee break. I wish you a good coffee break. Thank you.
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conference room for our second session of the day, focusing on think tanks as new actors of strategic diplomacy. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Akram Zawi, Manager of the Research Support and Public Policy Lab at the Policy Center for the New South. He will be joined by Dr. Ahmed Faris Ismail, Professor at the International Islamic University of Malaysia. Dr. Epaminondas Kritofilopoulos, Senior Foresight Expert and Chairholder of the UNESCO Chair on Futures Research Foresight Europe Network. Mr. Victor Vahidi Modi, Director of the World Futures Studies Federation. Dr. Alioune Sall, Executive Director of the African Futures Institute. And Dr. Emile Servan-Schreiber, Managing Director, Hypermind, Professor at the School of Collective Intelligence at the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Pre-recorded videos of Dr. Diana Chong, Executive Director and Chief Researcher at the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies, and Dr. Mohammed Abdullah Al-Ali, CEO and founder of the New Trends Research and Advisory, will be screened during this panel. Mr. Akram Zawi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear attendees. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be chairing, or rather moderating, this session and this prestigious panel. For the past few days, maybe to briefly introduce our panelists. We have Dr. Ahmed Faris Ismail from the International Islamic University in Malaysia. Thank you very much for joining us. Who is a senior foresight expert and chairholder at UNESCO. We have Mr. Victor Vahidi Modi, Director I believe it could be interesting to actually quickly introduce the topic. Think tanks are a new industry in many countries around the world. It is still a culture that needs to be better established, better entrenched in policy making and in strategic thinking. Foresight, of course, could be of huge help, and I think we will notably talk about the role that universities can play in that regard. I think think tank, as their names clearly indicate, are notably important to try to conceive, produce, generate new ideas in order to be able to project oneself in the uncertainties of the world and navigate these continuities, the disruptions that have become commonplace as the past few years have clearly demonstrated. Moving forward, it is precisely the CEO of a UAE-based think tank and a partner of the Policy Center for the New South that is going to address us in this pre-recorded video, Dr. Mohammed Abdullah Al-Ali, CEO and founder of the New Trends Research and Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to the Foresight Center of ICISCO, and at the head of it, Dr. Qais Al-Humami, for their invitation. The topic of this conference is of great importance, and it is of great importance and revolves around the situation of foresight in the world, in this world instability and the technological developments in this fourth revolutionary industrial revolution, and also it has become required of states and actors and stakeholders to carry out its diplomacy in a very influential, efficient strategy, a long-term strategy at that. In this way, it will attenuate and mitigate the impact of the power relations. In this way, here is the importance of the strategic diplomacy to help stakeholders and states in building their vision of the world and to set up their outside agenda and to communicate and negotiate about the interests, different interests. In fact, working in these conditions is characterized by uncertainty, which requires more efforts to understand the wide context of these development taking place and also to develop diplomatic practices. In fact, the role of the intellectual centers in strategic planning for diplomacy, starting with the diagnosis of wider context of various issues and setting up the interactions between states and also definition of the organizational context of outside relations of states, and defining these limits requires the definition of the stakeholders and the main issues, and also the context between the international stakeholders, which requires defining the strategic objectives and the ways to reach them, and to define the priorities of such objectives and to distribute the resources. The role of such centers in training the diplomats and practitioners about difficult and complex issues faced by states in a comprehensive way and dealing with them in a strategic way. In addition to this, there are two fields that are of the most important strategic diplomacy, which are the innovations and the strategic narratives to which intellectual centers can contribute and through the organization of workshops and organizations and conferences and forums, political innovations, and for the broadening of the political imagination is one of the fundamental characteristics of political development. We should remember always that the social and political and cultural solutions reside in political innovations, and this also help in taking major decisions and creating resilience of society. As to the role of such think tank centers can be summarized in presenting foreign policies of the states in a way that brings in support internally and externally, and also to provide the forecast the results that are expected. So long-term strategies of the state policies, and also to attenuate bureaucratic issues when solving complex problems. These think tank centers can provide valuable presentations and contributions in ideas, recommendations based on a strong scientific basis, and strategic diplomacy as a framework is cross-cuts with the objectives of think tanks that have a comprehensive look at issues and also to raise the level of political innovations. And the last point I'd like to raise is that strategic diplomacy is related closely with the strategic foresight. So we cannot guarantee success of any long-term strategic planning for any state without doing scientific foresight of the future and to plan for it in a very successful way, as we are living in an environment that is quite complex. So the policies and policymakers will be facing great challenges in foresight studies in this regard. It is incumbent upon us to find answers to all the questions raised, such as for instance, the approaches and current programs. Are they capable of facing all the instability and uncertainty in a world that is characterized by fake news and unscientific theories? So what is required is to be able to do foresight in case of uncertainty and chaos that the world order is characterized by, and then the capacity of doing foresight in the plethora of ideas and in the forging of facts, and third, the capacity to do foresight in a world of liquidity and disorganization. Fourth, the exploitation of artificial intelligence. So the consolidation of the foresight capacities of think tank centers will contribute undoubtedly in consolidating strategic diplomacy and building a better future for people and states. And thank you for your attention.
I think it was a very interesting introduction to the next panelist, Dr. Émile Servan-Schreiber, for several reasons. First of all, there was the idea of strategic imagination, which I found to be fruitful. The idea of imagining the futures is very important. The idea, and actually science fiction as a literary genre is often mobilized to produce predictions. The second thing is the idea of having a holistic approach, the idea of addressing the public, notably in a context marked by fake news, and how the public can be mobilized in order to produce new ideas. And the third one is the idea of artificial intelligence. And I know that although, of course, a lot of the global focus has been on artificial intelligence recently, Dr. Servan-Schreiber believes very much in collective intelligence as well as a very important matter for the future. So, Dr. Servan-Schreiber, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, I think it's very important to be reminded that the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, which GPT and cohorts, in fact relies entirely on human collective intelligence to exist. Right? It's not just an algorithm, it's an algorithm that aggregates all of what humans have been writing in all kinds of ways up to now. So GPT is an artificial intelligence, and collective intelligence is also artificial itself, because crowds are not smart by nature. They are smart when you make them smart, when you organize them to be smart, right? So artificial intelligence is collective, collective intelligence is artificial. What's important is that we have intelligent systems, however. So I'm here to talk to you today about the superpower of crowd forecasting. So it's not so much a think tank as flash crowds of thinking people who think together about the future. Right? You might wonder, what is it about crowds or collective intelligence that makes forecasting so much more powerful than it is when just an individual brain does it? Well, forecasting is two things, right? It's information gathering, and then it's jumping and guessing in order to go over the remaining mystery for the information you haven't been able to gather. Right? And crowds do make these two sub-processes of forecasting more powerful. Information gathering, of course, is being made much more powerful when you crowdsource it. For example, Wikipedia is able to know so much more, so much faster than any individual brain can, right? Same thing for guessing. We have known for a long, long time that averaging the guesses that are always imperfect in any individual brain is able to accumulate the imperfect knowledge of everyone and rid it of the noise, the subjective random noise that accompanies any individual guess. So that's why crowd forecasting is so much better. Now, there are two ways that we can do crowd forecasting today. One of them is called prediction markets. Right? So prediction market, you have an example here, making a prediction about who might win the Republican nomination in the US. And basically, people go into a market, like looks like a financial market, and they trade predictions. So they buy predictions and they sell predictions, and the predictions eventually will be worth 100 of something, maybe 100 cents, $1, or 100 points. If it's correct, or if it's not correct, it will be worth 0. So in the meantime, the price of the prediction depends on the people who buy it and sell it at the price that they agree on. And the price between 0 and 100 can eventually be assimilated to a probability between 0 and 100% that the event will happen. So here's an example of the dynamics. So you have, for example, the Trump will win the nomination market. Somebody comes in and say, I believe he has 50% chance, so I'll buy it at 50. And somebody says, 50, that's way too low. I'm going to sell it to you at 55 if you like, right? And then somebody else comes and says, I can buy it for a little bit higher. I'll come towards you 52%. And eventually somebody says, well, okay, I'll match your 52%. I'll sell it to you at this price. And then the trade happens on the market because they agree on the price, and the price of Trump wins becomes 52%, which indicates a 52% probability that this event will indeed happen. Right? Now, how do we know that these probabilities are meaningful? Is because when you take all these probabilities that you can generate with these types of markets, you can generate probabilities on pretty much anything that you want, as long as it's eventually observable. So you could do politics, climate, the economy. Is America going to default on its debt? Probably not. They'll make a deal in the end, right? Is Erdogan going to win tomorrow? Probably yes, etc. Is the climate going to be really hot soon? Probably yes as well, right? So you can generate probabilities on anything. And then how do you know that these probabilities are meaningful? Is because when you take all the events that have been traded, let's say around 10%, and you look at how many of those actually do happen in the world, you find that there's only about 10% that do happen. And the correspondence between the probability that is assigned by the market and the actual reality of how many of those events do happen in the real world is almost perfect at every level of probability. And here's data showing you this alignment of predicted probability to frequency of occurrence in the real world that has been gathered by my market hypermind with thousands of people participating over 816 political and geopolitical and economic questions over the last 8.5 years, with almost 1 million trades being represented in this data. And the correspondence is amazing between the prediction and the reality. And what does it mean? It means that even the crowds are not able to tell you exactly what will happen or what won't happen, right? But what they can tell you very precisely, and amazingly so, is the likelihood that something will happen. They can very precisely discern the probability field that underlies reality. So that's the power and the limit of crowd forecasting to this day. Right? But still, if you're a decision maker, having a probability is pretty useful. 5 or 1? 3. Wow, okay. So there's different ways to do this. And here's a fantastic example of a prediction market we did with Johns Hopkins University. 1 year before COVID, we were starting to, Johns Hopkins had gathered hundreds of public health experts and other medical professionals to make predictions about the outbreak severity of various infectious diseases around the world, right? So these were panels of hundreds of experts in the domain, and we added also some experts from, not in the public health domain, but experts in forecasting, champion forecasters. Some people call them super forecasters from the hypermind prediction market who were excellent at making predictions about politics, probably didn't know much about public health to start with, right? And then we look at their ability to answer questions of the type, how many cases of COVID-19 will there be? How many countries will report at least 1,000 cases of COVID-19 by this date, to measure the severity of it? And so people would enter their predictions. They would have access to the collective prediction, and then they would have to try to beat that collective prediction in order to actually earn a reward. right? And what you see here are the results of the performance over dozens of questions of this type over a year and a half by 562 participants, 70% of which, I remind you, were public health professionals. Right? What we see here is that there's a sort of a median performance there where most people gather, that's the error rate, okay? So the people at the bottom, 6 of them are really good, the people at the top are really bad, most people are in the middle there, and that is the level of chance forecasting, right? That's the proverbial monkeys throwing darts at the answers, right? So why is it? Well, prediction is very hard, we all know that. And also in most of these cases, as in most of human affairs, the data is hard to get by. The data is untimely, it's sparse, and it's noisy, right? So it's very difficult to make these predictions. But when everybody's wrong, look at what happens when you take the average of everybody's forecast, then that average forecast, the crowd forecast, is so much better. It's better than 99% of most people, right? And then when you optimize it with some collective intelligence algorithms, simple heuristics, taking into account the timeliness of the forecast, taking into account the past accuracy of every forecaster that's involved, then you get an optimized collective prediction that is better than even the best forecaster in the group, right? So that's already amazing. So that calls into question, who should we ask to make forecasts? Domain experts or champion forecasters, super forecasters, right? And so we had the chance to actually look at this question, and I'm going to end on that with maybe 1 minute late, 1 minute more, okay. So we have in blue here the individual forecast of the public health experts, the domain experts, okay, individual forecast. In red, the individual forecast of the champion forecasters, general purpose forecasters, right? And in green, those who are neither of those, right? Those who are neither experts in forecasting or in the domain. What you see is that all of them have a median forecast that is at the level of chance, right? No difference, no advantage for the experts, right? But when you take the crowd forecast from every one of those cohorts, then you find that there is an advantage to the ones who are experts in either forecasting or in the domain, but there is no difference. There is no advantage to the domain experts compared to the expert forecasters, to the champion forecasters. They have the same level of crowd forecasting, right? The other thing is that there is obviously an advantage to some form of expertise, but when you also put together, that's the purple cohort, you put together the experts in forecasting or the experts in the domain, and you put them together as a crowd, then it's better than the experts alone. So there is an advantage to, as a previous panelist said, being radically inclusive, right? To open up the forecasting exercise to more people who may not be may not have the diploma of a public health expert, but have an ability and interest and an ability to make forecasts in those various things. And if you include it to include even the green guys who are neither experts in anything, you don't degrade the crowd forecast at all, right? Because mostly people who don't know things won't participate anyway, right? But you might detect new talent. So in conclusion, when you make forecasts in difficult situations that call for public policy and public decision-making that is of importance, like the epidemics and the COVID type forecast, it's very important to not listen to any one particular expert, but to always listen to crowds of experts, right? And also to bring in, to enlarge the panel to include more people who may not be official experts, but have something from the ground to contribute, and they can replace and certainly augment the crowd forecast of the experts for public policy. If you want to try and feel the power of crowd forecasting, please just flash the code and be part of the crowd.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emile Servan-Schreiber. It was really a fascinating presentation, the power of the crowds. I think it's very interesting what you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the fact that crowds are not naturally intelligent. Collective intelligence is something that can be engineered. And it is very akin to artificial intelligence in the sense you still have this sort of network, neural network, right? Putting brains together. I think this is a very important topic for our African continent as well, and Dr. Alioune Sall is a fellow African think tanker here at this panel. I think it is notably important because we have been talking about phenomena such as the brain drain, so the brains to build this collective intelligence can escape sometimes, but also because it's also about creating a knowledge-based economy, right? But you are going to tackle a different topic, which I should have been clarifying at the beginning of this session, which is that of strategic diplomacy. What are we talking about when we talk about strategic diplomacy, and how can think tanks play a role in conceiving it by adding smart, clever inputs, relevant inputs to the collective reflection. So, Dr. Alioune Sall, the floor is yours. It's really as you wish.
I don't have a presentation, so to speak. I can't fix my thoughts and express it in a few slides. I'm changing lives on and off, but I'm going to make a turbo presentation since I have only 10 minutes around 4 axes. First, I will ask you and ask myself, what does strategic diplomacy stand for? Because I belong to a school where we have taught us to be clear as to what we want to say before opening our mouth. The second axis I want to talk about is what think tanks are meant for, their quintessence, and what is the comparative advantage of a think tank. And then I will talk about who could be the main actors when it comes to strategic diplomacy. And then I will close with some comments that hope will take us to the venue where we are. So, in the first place, what is strategic diplomacy? Or strategic diplomacy? When I saw the title, I said, we are in front of oxymorons. That is to say, two terms that may look contradictory. Diplomacy, by essence, is something that has to do with civic or civil authority, while strategy is something of a military nature. And yoking both the two makes one think that we are in contradiction. But when you think about it, that's not the case, actually. Because in the past, as in the present, the military and political powers had very close ties, which are sometimes under the sign of concentrating the power within the same hand. This is what we have in dictatorships. There is confusion or concentration of power between the same hands, but there is also cases where you can see alternance, that is to say, from one hand to the other. Because remember, these are raw, important regalian powers. So people, countries where there is democracy, well, we move from one hand to another. By way of instance, you had somebody who was Minister of Foreign Affairs and then Minister of Defense, McNamara, the same thing in the United States, etc., etc. Sometimes it's alliances, that is to say, the alliance between the militaries, the missionaries in African colonization, etc. So when we look closely, there is no opposition between strategic and diplomacy. and specialists of good words and the weapon users sometimes look close to one another. In English, the military dies for the nation, while the diplomat is dying for the nations. Our dies, okay, dying, which has to do with paint. So, in the past, there have been always close relation between the diplomacy and the military powers. So strategy and diplomacy is accounted for. But there is another that accounts for it, is the quality of our contemporary world. So today, we have moved from a world where power was mainly military, that is to say, fire, guns, cannons, to a new era where the military power does not guarantee hegemony nor power or influence. So we are in an era of lack of power in the hands of power. So, and since the Second World War, not a single powerful country has won a war. Look at the United States, $400 billion per year, and no military gain or win since 45. So now diplomacy is the most privileged means, and it allows you to have what weapons don't allow you to get. So strategic diplomacy is not an oxymoron, but it's rather is pleonasm. That is to say, it's a redundancy, which that was the first item I wanted to talk. When we talk about think tank, we need to have in mind many things. The first thing is that think tank have always existed under different names. But I am sure that academia at the origin were venues where people thought about what to do. So it's a marker of a certain, and usually think tank appear only when there is progress, when we move from the material world to thinking. That is, to cogitate, think about better things to do. Think tank also appear and develop in periods of intellectual boiling, so to speak. The best example I can give is in terms of Foresight. One of the think tanks that was highly famous is the Alarm Corporation, who have developed the scenario method, which is used today in forecast. So it was an answer to an order, and the order from the President of the United States, when leaving the war, said, my country came as a winner, but what can we do not to lose our hegemony? So there was a question mark, and it is in this context that think tanks saw the light and propagate today. So these are two elements that we have to keep in mind. There is think tank only when there is interrogation about a future, interrogation about a certain reality. And think tank have some comparative advantages. On the one hand, generally speaking, they have the possibility to look into long-term actions, which is not the case of politicians or managers. They also, with regards to public administration, they have another comparative advantage, is that they can ask themselves what is the best way to go, whereas administration is going to subscribe. So think tank can to be an interface between decision makers, private or public, and researchers. So there are some comparative advantages compared to the public administration or private administration. So third question, what can think tanks do to improve their efficiency? I would say three things. Number one, play a more important role in the design of ways to face up challenges. Think tanks have done a lot of things. They have come up with great paradigms which are now being used, but we forget that they have come from, a lot of paradigms came from think tanks. The human development theories, human safety or security, governance, all these things came from think tanks. Vision, all these terms come from, or concepts come from the think tanks. And I believe that that's what think tanks are supposed to continue doing. That is, conceptualize a better world. Third is they need to always continue showing that the future is promising and open to any possibilities, and that this makes you free. Because if there is no feeling of freedom, there is no change that is going to happen. Third, it's important for think tanks to continue acting, because many of the think tanks, they call them now action tanks now. They were thinking that, some of them said, we are not going to lock ourselves within a thinking without acting. But today they are adopting a new approach, that is to say, action tank. Walk the talk, in other words. Last thing, as a final comment, since I had the turbo presentation, so the think tanks have the capacity, or rather the necessity. When we talk about strategic diplomacy, in many, you need to have a clear vision as to where we are heading. Seneca, who said that there is no good wind for he who doesn't know where he's heading. And there is also the maxim that we need to know oneself and know one's strategic environment. Newton used to say, I need my environment if I want to do something. There is no way you could have a long-term vision if you don't know yourself, if you don't know your own strategic environment. Second, to know yourself or to know your strategic environment, there are tools, there are methods, there are phases that need to be respected. And so it's very important to give oneself the means to look at the real and make it concrete. And the best way is education. So institutions that have specialized in education have to play a predominant role in our new world. UNESCO, we need more ISESCOs, we need more UNESCO, etc. It's important to know that education, capacity building, cannot be just for a ephemeral but a transversal thing in their development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this brilliant presentation, really insightful, and I think it's going to be a basis for very fruitful exchanges. A very interesting point that you, there was something almost Gramscian about the way you presented things, right? Moving from the old world to the new one, and this period being particularly a man, you know, to reflect on the future and what it can look like, and to make the future desirable in view of some of the massive challenges such as climate change that we are facing. You also mentioned the proximity between civilian thinking and strategy as military thinking, how the two were merged into this concept of strategy as we mobilize it today. And I think issues such as economics, hegemony that you mentioned, technology and war now, with the talks we have around Ukraine, of course, but also in the war between Russia and Ukraine, but also in the war that some fear might happen in Taiwan, is very important. So we have global challenges about hegemony, and I think this is precisely what Mr. Victor Vahidi-Motti is going to address in his presentation, the rivalry between China and the United States, notably, but also how globalization and planetization should be distinguished from each other. Dr. Vahidi-Motti, the floor is yours.
Hello? Oh, okay. Let me begin by acknowledging the very kind invitation by ISISCO and the participants in this event, organizers, Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, and of course, the Policy Center for the New South. I should say in Arabic that shukran jazilan li karam al-diyafa. Today, I am going to talk about planetary foresight, and I will explain later on why I have not used the global foresight description. I am the director of the World Future Studies Federation, and I was honored to meet Professor Mahdi Al-Manjra in 2007 in Sweden, who was the president of our federation back in 1977 until 1981. He was the third president of the World Future Studies Federation. And I also want to communicate the best and warmest regards of our current president, Dr. Erik Overland, who is based in Norway and Germany. Today I'm going to focus on this very important topic, and I found it quite interesting that my presentation somehow is going to be linked to our colleague just mentioned about the role of the think tanks and the importance of the hopeful and desirable and freedom elements in shaping the future. My talk is centered on three sections. The first section is about the near-term future in the next decade, probably in the next 10 years, and I will move on to the medium-term future until probably the year 2050. And eventually, if I have enough time, I will talk about some important insights about the year 2100 and even later in the far future, the year 3000. But let me just begin by reviewing some of the driving forces of change. And you must be already familiar with the very much recognized framework for many practitioners of foresight and foresight scholars that they usually categorize the trends and driving forces of change into STEEP, or the acronym for social, technological, economical, environmental, and political. As you can see, the very far, this is my favorite personal list, and I will begin by talking about the silver tsunami and the global aging trend. And also on the technological side, you should consider the convergence of NBIC, which is the acronym for Nano, Bio, Information, and Cognitive Science related technologies. And also about, we should, obviously many speakers have already mentioned the importance of AI and the AI regulation. And sometimes we use different descriptions here like explainable AI. Currently, ChatGPT is not spontaneous. It needs your prompt. But it might be possible that a few years later, it becomes spontaneous. As they would call it, the machine will wake up and begins to talk to you without your prompt. And that will be a great milestone towards the future of artificial intelligence. And of course, there are quantum computing prospects on the horizon, and one of the great area of progress is right now in China. China is doing a lot of research and development in quantum computing, and it will be a big paradigm shift. Another one which is also connected to the climate change and environmental concern is geoengineering, using large-scale technological engineering projects to offset the negative impacts of the climate change and global warming. And the other one on my list is the commercialization of space. As you can imagine, it is a very important new frontier for both tourism, private tourism, and of course, lots of different technological progress and the whole new sectors of economy. These new terms you see on my list down below, Scramble 1.0 for the North Pole and Scramble 2.0 for Africa is my own descriptions and original with me. And basically, you must be familiar with the history of Africa and the history of colonialism here in the early of 20th century and the late 19th century, there was a scramble for African resources. And right now, I believe that there is a new wave of scramble for Africa resources by the United States, by China and Russia, of course. And this is also important. And the other one, the scramble for North Pole, is also important because of the global warming. The glaciers are melting down. And just a few days ago, I saw that the U.S. Gerald Ford aircraft carrier arrived in Oslo Fjord in Norway. And it is actually a big sign of shifting the attention from the other regions to the North Pole. And on the political aspect, I see the rise of authoritarianism. Of course, there is a lot of indicators in that direction. For the silver tsunami, you can see right here that the trends are just showing how the fertility rate is trending, and all the different continents of the world are going close to the replacement rate, which is around 2.1. And it is going to be a big concern for many countries, especially for China and Europe, of course, to become an aging society. And the only exception in the long-term future is Africa. Africa is going to be the place of the youth in the future, and it's a very important shift of demographics. One of our colleagues based in Washington, D.C., I am based in Washington, D.C., and our colleague Jerome Glenn is a very well-known futurist with the Millennium Project. He has been collecting his year in review list, and I have done a little trend analysis on the STEEP categories and have found that there is a common and shared theme among many of the observations by Jerome Glenn and the Millennium Project. And as you can see, the planet temperature is getting hotter, and there are other themes related to becoming hotter. For example, the prospect of unfortunate nuclear war is getting hotter, and there is a great push towards more freedom on the planetary scale. And finally, on the hotter list, you can see, of course, the space tech and settlement trend as getting hotter in this decade. And this future wheel that I have developed is actually about the impacts of the war in Ukraine and the invasion of Russia. And it is a very, very useful way to visualize the different systemic relationship between elements in just one page, showing that what are the chains of events related to each other. As you can see in the down left section of this future wheel, you see the prospect of war and escalation of this current war into other regions. On the top section and the up right section, you see that the sanctions will result in much more inflation and even less collaboration on the international scene. And there are other chains of links here. For example, the new Chinese Exclusion Act in the United States could be a possibility. And you can see already some of the signals in Governor DeSantis in Florida about the law for forbidding Chinese citizens to own land in the United States. And all of these connections give us some perspective about what could be possible or what could happen after the possible invasion of Taiwan by China. And as you can see, for example, high-tech industry will be impacted, or on the other part of the wheel, you see that the privatization of space will be a new frontier after Russians will withdraw from collaboration with the United States. And there are many different links here. And this is a very useful link, again, created by Jerome Glenn, the CEO of the Millennium Project. Of course, many people in Washington, D.C. are pretty much concerned about the U.S.-China relations, and we can use many different data sources for gaining insight about the potential futures. But here I'm just using a very useful platform, which is basically documenting many, many different indexes and showing here, you can see, you can use it if you like, it's free and open for access. You can see that if the trends could be studied through the late 1980s until the year 2050, you see that the gap between China and the United States in terms of this particular index, knowledge society, is closing. And this is a big shift that is happening, and it continues, and I'm sure that it will continue. China will catch up and will be at the same of the level of innovation, knowledge, and education as the United States. Other trends you see here, it starts from 1980s, and this shows a big miracle in China happening. Almost 1 billion people were lifted from extreme poverty. As you can see the chart, the figure, the curve, it shows that China has been able to actually close this gap in terms of poverty. The other index from this international futures system, which is an open platform for people who would like to quantitatively study the trends, shows that in the year probably 2026, there will be an inflection point where the relative power between United States and China will switch. And in that year, there will be tie, and later on, the world order will be different from today, because China is going to be, based on this particular power index, will be different. And of course, about China, we should also mention that China is, with the United States, are the main key polluters of the climate, the atmosphere. Collectively, they actually contribute almost 50% of the carbon emissions and cement production. As you can see here, this pictures shows that China is almost double the amount of the US emission of carbon and cement production. And it should be noted that even though China has been able to close the gap in terms of poverty, in progressing in science and technology, it has a huge cost for the planet. As you can see, China needs to take responsibility, and they are already paying some attention to the green energy technologies and try to offset this very harmful effect on the climate of the planet. And
conclusion, maybe we can address some of the other topics during the discussion, if you don't mind.
I can conclude here.
Okay, you can conclude here? Okay, that's great. Thank you.
If you just show the last slide, I can...
Yeah, the last slide, okay.
Yeah.
For the conclusion.
Oh, speaking about military spending, you can see that... go back if possible. I just wanted to show this earlier. Yes, this slide also shows the military spending of the United States as compared to China, and our colleague mentioned that even though the United States has spent a lot, or hasn't won a war, but you see there are three peaks, and the last one, the curve, the blue one, is for the after the 9/11 and the invasion to the Middle East. But China is consistently catching up also in this picture, and you can, as you can see, in the year 2040, they will be able to actually catch up with the United States in terms of their military spending. So no one knows. This is a big uncertainty for the future, and whether the China will be peaceful or will be much more hostile to the competition and conflict with the United States.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor Vahidi-Motti. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Some major trends indeed, and a lot of food for thought. Something that I was thinking about when you were doing your presentation was about the ability, and I think it's been something that we have tackled a lot during the past sessions, but the ability for us to modelize. I was really inspired by the wheel that you offered, the charts, the graphs, but it's very
Greetings from the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies, CSBS Brunei. Hi, my name is Diana Cheong and I'm the Executive Director and Chief Researcher of the Center. We wish we could be with you at your important conference. As a think tank for national development for Brunei, CSBS aims not just to address current issues, but we're also interested in long-term issues in the future. We are collaborating with ISESCO on a new project to re-identify emerging issues for Brunei and the region, so we hope to meet with ISESCO colleagues soon. Let me pass the mic now to two of my colleagues who would like to introduce you briefly to some of the things we do in strategic foresight. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and hello. I'm Mizi Abdullah, an associate researcher at the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies. I look after training and I'm also a facilitator for the executive development courses at CSBS. Every year we provide training in strategic planning and strategic foresight to government officers as well as participants from the private sector since 2016. In our training, we provide the foundations in strategic foresight to support policy making and strategic planning to create wiser futures. In our training courses, we use a different approach as they introduce the emerging fields of strategic foresight and scenario planning as major dimensions of the entire strategic planning development process. And we incorporate systems thinking and narrative approaches to understand and manage change, which is state-of-the-art for those who want to embrace whole-of-nation and anticipatory governance.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kartini Rahman. I work here as an associate researcher at CSBS. And myself, Dr. Diana Chong, and Yuzi Abdullah are part of the BFI. At CSBS, we have foresight studies which include trends and emerging issues, implications for Brunei Darussalam, which was conducted in 2016. And we've also reviewed and updated Brunei Darussalam's youth policy and formulation of the strategic planning framework. Findings of the review and update of Brunei Darussalam Youth Policy form the basis of the National Youth Policy and Strategy 2020 and 2025. This was in collaboration with key stakeholders through several workshops.
So that was a presentation of the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies in Brunei Darussalam. Now we are moving to another perspective, which is that of Dr. Epaminondas Christofilopoulos, who is a senior foresight expert and shareholder at UNESCO, who also used to be involved in the world of think tanks and therefore has both the perspectives of think tanks and UNESCO, an international organization as a consequence. And we mentioned the role of education. I think we will also mention it for our last panel in foresight and how it can be used for policy making, which is what Dr. Christofilopoulos will be tackling. The floor is yours, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I would like to congratulate all of you, the organization team. What we are doing here is a wonderful work, so I would like to congratulate all the three organizations that have been working hard for this achievement. We have been talking the last 2 days about how important is strategic foresight. We have been talking about many successes, how wonderful it is to implement strategic foresight in organizations. We have been talking about how important it is. We have talked about some challenges, but I'm going to talk mainly about failures. And I had collected many failures of using strategic foresight in organizations. But then I found that I had only 10 minutes, so I will show you only one failure All right. We have been talking about strategic foresight. You might be very, you might know this slide. I don't know who has initially made it, but it shows how strategic foresight has been evolving during the last 60, 70 years. This is another slide by a Romanian colleague that is also showing how the last 2 decades strategic foresight is becoming more popular on the corporate community and how foresight jobs are increasing. And you might not be aware of this slide that is showing how strategic foresight is taking a role in policy making. And it's still, again, another area that is increasing, and this is what we are discussing also these couple of days. You might have seen also this slide or a similar one showing how many different methods and tools you can use in foresight. So foresight is not a straightforward process. It makes sense to know a lot of different methodologies because different objectives needs different approaches. So it's a messy area, but what we all agree and what we are experiencing these last 2 days is that foresight is gaining and increasing popularity. And this is not coming without a cost. So although we are discussing on foresight, and I think the friends here trying to translate different terms we are using in Arabic, they might have a hard time hearing foresight, forecasting, prospective, prediction. I don't know how you translate this in Arabic. I had a similar problem when we published 2 books in Greek, and they were the first academic books in foresight in Greek. And I had a really hard time to translate the terms in Greek and try to find, I mean, the first, some first, let's say, researchers in the field, like 15 years ago, they translated the term by the French perspective, which was a bit narrow, so we had to work in a different approach. So you know that foresight is about trying to increase our view towards the future. So we try to think about in a more broad way about plausible, possible futures. But what we end in policy making and when we end of working when we are in an organization is we end up always at the end of the day talking about the projected future, the official future. So no matter how much work we have done about working with policymakers, working with experts, producing scenarios, at the end of the day, what organizations and governments will do is they are going to work with the official future. And it is becoming more difficult to let them understand that futures are many. Also, the pasts are many because we perceive the past in a different way, each one of us, and this is affecting also how we perceive the future, and everything is interconnected in a very complicated but beautiful way. So I will show you only one failure, and this is from my role for the last 2 years in the Greek government as a senior scientific advisor to the Prime Minister. We set up the Foresight unit in the Greek government. And it was a very exciting process because I had the opportunity for the first time. I mean, I was and I am a researcher, but then I had the opportunity to go on the very hard, let's say, block of policy making in the Prime Minister's office. And it's a harsh environment. So we had a lot of beautiful moments, creative moments, explaining what is foresight and how we can use it in the government level, on the central government. We have done some nice things, but these 2 are 2 major failures. These are 2 of the major projects that we have done the last 2 years. The one is a big scenario study that lasted like over a year, about the innovation environment in Greece. And the second one, it was a study that we did together with the National Intelligence University of the United States. And that was a security, let's say, scenario study of how the security environment in Greece and in Europe is going to develop until 2035 after the latest developments. So we had agreed, and I have explained very clearly that in order to have an impact, we have to make them public, and we need to involve society, and we need to involve as many as possible policymakers and stakeholders. And that was the agreement in both cases. In both cases, it proved to be very difficult on the political level to manage 4 scenarios that they were not positive all the times for Greece and for the society. So we had cases that the future was a failure for the country, and it proved to be that it was very difficult for a government to manage this kind of thing. So there are many challenges. That was only one case. I could speak for a week and explain how many difficult cases you might experience when you try to introduce foresight in policy making. Of course, the lack of foresight capacity on top government level is obvious. And although we are talking about foresight and the need, I mean, they found me. I was having my summer holidays in a beach, and they found me and they told me, we need to set up a foresight unit in the office. So, but still, there was no real knowledge of what is foresight. Also, there is a lack of consensus across ministries and organizations. I mean, we have been working for the Prime Minister. We have been organizing a lot of work that was actually related with different ministries, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Energy, and it was very difficult to address this kind of cross responsibilities and how different ministries will see the work of another unit inside the government. It was very difficult to organically integrate strategic foresight in policy making. The lack of futures mindset, what we call futures literacy, it's a critical asset, and it proved to be that was the most challenging aspect when you try to implement strategic foresight. Also, as I showed you, there are many methods, many tools. Strategic foresight is acknowledged to be a difficult process, so if you don't know how to do it, you can very easily mess things or misguide policymakers. And then communication within a government and also with the society to explain what it means to read a scenario that is not very optimistic. So, and now I'm coming to the last part of my presentation and why think tanks are important, and they have played an important role so far for building this capacity. I will only mainly focus on WFSF and the Millennium Project. We have Victor here. He's representing the World Future Society Foundation. I'm just pinpointing WFSF because it's a really important organization showcasing what is the right way to produce, providing a framework for researchers, for academics. There are so many intelligence discussions that are taking place through the emailing list of WFSF. Of course, I know better from the, let's say, also from the management of the Millennium Project. I'm chair of the node in Greece. The Millennium Project is not that old. It was created in 1996. It's a think tank which the difference is that we, as the Millennium Project, we also perform some future studies on a global level. Victor has also presented some of them. We produce a State of the Future report every couple of years. We have done really a flagship study about the future of work and technology towards 2050. So there are a lot of efforts, and also we have this kind of futures methodology handbook, which is a very rich encyclopedia about what kind of tools and methods there are currently in Foresight. The Millennium Project has very strong connections with the European Foresight Network, which is, let's say, a kid of the Millennium Project, is a network of practitioners in Europe, mainly built for knowledge sharing within the European experts. Also, there is a network in Latin America, RIBER. There is another in Asia and Pacific, APFEN. I would like to mention also the important effort that is done. It's not a think tank, but it's a very important initiative, the Dubai Futures Forum. In most of the cases, when we gather in Europe or in the United States, we mostly see people from our own region. And what the Dubai Futures Forum has done last year, it was that they managed to collect practitioners from all over the continent. So that was a really important experience. And I think this is what was also important what we are doing these couple of days here. For me, it was also an important experience to meet with people that are in this field, in this area, that I had no real knowledge of your efforts, and I'm really impressed. And with this, I think I can conclude. So, yeah, thank you. I think I was in line with the time.
Indeed, Doctor, you were. Thank you very much for this presentation. What I notably note is the relation to time that Foresight has, right? We already talked multiple times about different plural pasts and plural futures and how you can link them. But it's also very interesting to embed a think tank within a government where the relationship to time is completely different. It's about communicating very fast, trying to be optimistic about the future, trying to defend what has been done in the past, but also dealing with very quick decisions to be made. So that must have been a very important and interesting experience. A lot of ideas and good practices to share and lessons taken to share here. Last but not least, I am pleased to give the floor to Professor Ahmed Fares Ismail, who is from the International Islamic University of Malaysia, who will precisely talk us about a different relationship to the time, which is training future generations and what it implies in the subject of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and of course my fellow panelists, invited guests and participants of this this conference. I guess let me begin by sincere appreciation to the organizers, ASESCO, Policy Center for the New South, and others. So in this very short time given to me, I mean, I'm from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. I'm the co-chair of the UNESCO chair in Future Studies at the university. Professor Sohail is the chair of the UNESCO chair at our university. So in this very short time, let me share with you, I mean, this real example on how to move from vision to action. I mean, just giving you some examples how we translate the vision to action, and then I will end with a couple of recommendations, especially for the future education in the world. So briefly, I'm going to talk about the UNESCO chair at our university, and then our case study on futures and sustainability, institutional futures planning, and then I end up by talking about our RCE Greta Gombak Education for Sustainable Development and how it relates to our chair. On September 2021, we are quite fortunate that UNESCO has approved our university to host the UNESCO Chair on Future Studies on Anticipation for Sustainability and Well-being. And a brief background to this chair is, like mentioned by Mr. Chair, that we emphasize more on capacity building to mainstream the future's literacy at all levels. In fact, as you will see, some of our activities involve also school levels on the future's literacy. So this combined with all research training as well as publications, but our main focus is on sustainability, humanity, spirituality, and the broader purpose. I would like to mention here that recently we embarked on one interesting project. As we know, there are 17 goals in United Nations SDGs. So we are now working on the 18th goal, and we call it spirituality. And to our surprise, I mean, we have generated a lot of interest in all parts of the world. I mean, when we want to develop this 18th goal on spirituality. So here, of course, we are very active in expanding the Asia-Pacific Futures Network and to link with other chairs and RCEs and also ISESCO. We'd like to thank ISESCO. Recently, they already approved the ISESCO chair on sustainable engineering at our university. And part of the think tank, of course, we are talking about, talking to the policymakers, and then, of course, conducting various research and publishing various documentation and publication on this area. In terms of management, we have a center called Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity at our university that hosts this chair. And like I mentioned, the capacity building will occur through physical courses, workshops on future studies, and also on sustainable futures. And of course, we hope that in terms of transfer of knowledge, we talk about this will be done through postgraduate programs, research assistantship, as well as engagement with policymakers, awareness among the community. So this is what we have, a project called A Virtual Journey to IIUM 2040. So using the future literacy to empower for institutional planning of whole institution transformation for sustainability of our university. So briefly, we are talking about how to contextualize holistic education. Basically, we are talking about how to make how to humanize education. We're talking about humanizing education through futures literacy rooted in the indigenous context of sustainable living called the Sejahtera, which is the well-being. And we are imagining the future scenarios, various future scenarios, and also we are involving various stakeholders in coming out with these futures of our university. So we did a case study involving 40 individuals, and then Professor Sohail was there to guide us. And we were using the tools for the futures. And the groups produced materials defining 4 scenarios of varying institutional capacity of IUM. Of course, the no change scenario, marginal change, adaptive change, and radical change. And what is interesting is we're coming out with a new framework as a stepping stone for the whole institution transformation. So I agree with some of the speakers in this forum that the institutional culture is very, very important. Not only the institutional culture, but also the structure must be institutionalized according to the futures that we want. So under this framework, we provide empowerment for the various stakeholders, and then, of course, with flexibility and accountability, and we also emphasize on innovation, new ways of thinking for students and staff to have more experiential learning. So part of this, of course, is shown in terms of our real program on the ground, and this is driven by our recognition as the Regional Center of Expertise by United Nations University for ESD. And I will show you some examples. So we are talking about whole community transformation towards sustainable society. One of the things that we discovered during this IIUM Futures 2040 is to transform the university into a university that we call communiversity. University that is based on community, the university that is not only talking about classrooms materials, but where staff and students are going to the community and conduct studies to transform the community. So this is how the university should transform the community. And part of this exercise, we have translated it into the implementation stage, where we are now requiring all our students to undergo at least 2 or 3 semesters of community project. So of course, the spirituality and sustainability are very important for us to create the balance and harmonious living. And also we are talking about the indigenous philosophy of sustainable living. So with this platform, then we have incorporated, the new role of university, to realize the sustainable development goals among the local community. And these are some of the impacts after we have implemented this Futures 2040 plan. Okay, we have seen already some impacts. These are listed here. Okay, and as a result, of course, we have won many projects nationally and internationally. And in the year 2020, our university won the 2020 Sustainability Institution of the Year Award among the prestigious international Green Gown Awards by the United Nations Environment. So quickly with this, then we are, very active in showcasing our community project. And also we are also very active in talking about the futures. Since the year 2021, we have been involving in this World Futures Day. And of course, we're talking about decolonization and redesigning of the futures of higher education. We are talking about short story competition for the youth and for the schools. And of course, fast forward, of course, in the year 2022, we also host this Asia Pacific Future Networks Conference, but that one is primarily online. And also we celebrated the World Futures Days. And again, we are talking about this, the think tank, and how we engage with the policymaker. We are talking about the importance of foresight, the futures, and the sustainability. And I think finally, let me conclude by saying that this year, again, we are going to have the 9th Asia Pacific Futures Network Conference coming in September, and maybe I hope that some of you will be joining us. So to conclude, I will say that based on our experience, one is, of course, we are talking about the humanizing education, and then the second one is we are talking about the communiversity. I think this is the way forward, because this is part of the capacity building, producing a better leaders for the world, as mentioned by my fellow colleagues. The futures are very challenging. So I guess we need to prepare a better leaders that are resilient and can face the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Precisely the word resilience is what I was thinking about, notably when you mentioned the idea of how you combine what you are doing with spirituality, right? So the resilience of the human mind and the ability of humans to collectively be resilient, which is also why universities are there. And the idea of futures literacy that was addressed multiple times throughout these days, in this panel in particular, seems very important to me. There are always new components that can be added to literacy, It's not just counting and reading And futures can be one of them to address the different challenges that we have ahead. I hear that we are late by 15 minutes, so I will take 2 questions. If you feel you have a very smart question to ask, go ahead. Please, sir.
شكرا جزيلا. I'll speak in Arabic actually.
Thank you very much. I will be speaking in Arabic. I'm Ambassador Khalid Fathur Rahman, Director of the Youth Center for International Dialogue at ICISCO. I would like...
About the strategic diplomacy. أنا كنت سفير.
I used to be a Sudanese ambassador here in the Kingdom of Morocco for a period of time. That's why I'm one of those who used to enjoy dinners while soldiers would die in the front. At least this is the life of a diplomat is 3 elements: protocol, greet all, and alcohol. Or some would say the diplomat in his activities are like somebody who is having soup with a fork, a lot of efforts with little nutrition. Or somebody said the diplomats are strange creatures. Inside they are always looking for overseas, and overseas they are always looking for life at home. The life of a diplomat at heart is a great quantity of sacrifice. We see it every day. The problem resides in the idea of oversight or foresight, thinking that is diplomats and non-diplomats. The problem resides in what we call the bill of acceptance, or the will of acceptance and the will of listening. The diplomat works to avoid war. The war starts when the role of the diplomat stops. The life of a diplomat, all of it, is a trial to raise the white flag. But politicians or military people would accept the results of the work of the diplomats. We have many examples, and the Iraqi war is one example. There was a strong will to put an end to diplomacy, to give a chance to war to start. So we expect that diplomacy with politicians and generals to reach common ground when there is a wish to listen and a wish for acceptance. Thank you.
That Mr. Director would like to ask, just right here. Sorry. Thank you. شكرا سعادة السفير.
Thank you, Excellency Ambassador.
Title is Think Tanks as a New Actor of Strategic Diplomacy. What we have seen that many countries have utilized those companies such as a consulting firm such as McKinsey, BCG's, Accenture, and so many to build their strategies. The question is most of the time they put the vision, but they don't really look at the foresight of that particular countries. Now, and truly we haven't seen from those companies or consulting firms that they dig or delve themselves into the strategic foresights as one of the most important areas. My question is, what is the difference between what you are doing in different institutions and what those consulting firms are doing? Is there a relationship between what you do and what they do? Should they really sort of, when they develop the vision, because most of the countries have utilized them to build their vision, like whether 2030, 2035, or 2040. And there has been many failures with these consulting firms. That's number one. Number two is youth. And I think if you really want to look at the future, you should really sort of bring youth into the picture. Now, when I see the speakers, and I was one of them, we did not involve youth in the picture. And if we really want to project, forecast, or look at the future, those young or youth have the initiative. They look at the future from a different angle than we do. Do your institution utilize student or youth in building the strategy or forecasting or for putting at least the strategic foresights in your studies? Thank you.
Doctor, would you like to answer the first question about the contradiction between diplomacy and the necessity of diplomacy in order not to let the military decide about critical issues?
Je suis tout à fait acquis.
I'm quite won by the idea developed by the former ambassador of Sudan in Morocco. I consider that there shouldn't be any dichotomy between diplomacy and strategy, between diplomats and strategists. That's why I said I believe talking about strategic diplomacy, it's not an oxymoron. It's not a contradiction in terms. The ideas do not exclude each other. They reinforce each other. Diplomacy has as a main function to prevent wars, and all wars, we know it, end up around the table. There is a link then between the two. And what is new here today is that at heart, diplomacy takes supremacy, precedence over military power, because diplomacy has as a main function the creation of influence, whereas today what is lacking more is the military power. We can dominate militarily, but we want to be able to have an ideological hegemony or political hegemony, whereas diplomacy will do research for influence, the main instrument to acquire power. That's I agree with you. There should be no contradiction. It's not an oxymoron, but rather today I'd say a reinforcement of a reality, and this is what we call in a figure of style, we would call this as a pleonasm and not an oxymoron. This is to answer the question raised by the General Director of Cisco. There is a fundamental difference between think tanks, as I see them, and studies of firms. The first difference is that the preoccupation of think tanks are not of short-term nature, whereas generally speaking, study firms have a preoccupation that does not accept the time of a power. Long-term is the duration of the plan or more. The second big difference is that studies and consultancy firms come with normative approaches. They say what should be the trajectory that a country should follow to develop itself. And generally speaking, the trajectory that they suggest is nothing else than the one that was followed by other countries that we think they have succeeded. In other terms, they suggest a norm, and they refer to this norm to trace the road to the future. Think tanks, at least ours, start from the idea that there will never be one single possible itinerary for the future, and that the future can take 1,001 path. It's up to the countries to determine what corresponds more to their interest, short-term ones, long-term ones, and its devices, its culture, etc. In other terms, we propose exploratory approaches for the future for countries, and it's up to countries to determine what is most appropriate in the range of possible futures. So an exploratory approach at the antipodes of a normative approach that studies firms follow. The idea is to be occupied by the nation, by the governments, and not by consultancy firms. I believe here there is a difference, and in this participative character and favoring the nation, a particular place is granted to the genesis, at least in the studies to which we have participated, because genesis, youth is not the solution for tomorrow's problem. It is already the solution of today's problems. And there is an enormous problem in most of our countries, which is that youth is the majority, demographically speaking, but sociologically speaking, youth are treated as sociological cases, because we are in countries where reigns patriarchal systems, and youth are marginalized in the process of decision making, whereas they constitute the majority in the demography. So we need to try to solve these contradictions in which we work in our countries by granting particular attention to the aspirations of youth, because once again, they are the solutions to today's problems, but not just tomorrow's problems. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe you wanted to answer that question as well.
I'm going just to give a very brief answer to the question by His Excellency Dr. Salim Malek. On the point about consulting firms, I think the majority of them are focused on forecasting as opposed to foresight. And because of that, the majority of the analysts working with these consulting firms are coming from the econometrics backgrounds and those kind of techniques. But the foresight tradition tries to open up the discussion about the alternative futures. Even when I look at my badge here, your colleague has put the name of the word Future Studies Federation. That is incorrect. It is futures. It's in plural. And it's not just one future. And in addition to that, I think that majority of them are not quite familiar with the cultural aspect and the indigenous point of approach to the future. For example, we were talking about the different equivalent for the term foresight in Arabic. You say الدراسات المستقبلية أو الاستشرافية. But in the Islamic world, and of course you are already familiar with that, in the Holy Quran, in the story of the Prophet Yusuf, we read that the art and science of studying the emerging issues is called ta'wilul ahadith. You see, in the Quran, there is a reference to this art and science of studying the deeper, inner, and final meanings of events. And if you want to make the connection with the local population, with the people who are concerned about their identity and faith, probably this could help to bring more participation. And on your point about the new generation in our federation, we have recently launched this category of membership, which is called WFSF Junior. And that is actually accepting people in the teenager cohort. And we have members from Iraq, from Colombia, from France. We have WFS Junior member. And of course, one of the pioneers of foresight training, Dr. Peter Bishop, has started Teach the Future. Teach the Future is an important initiative which is trying to train high school level of students to better prepare for their own future. And that is just a few of the projects about the involvement of the youth in this field.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe maybe about the contradiction between think tanks and advisory firms and futures and short term.
What a wonderful question. Very quickly, because I know that the time is very limited. Big corporations prefer to work with very, very well-defined processes. It's more cost-efficient to have one process designed and then run the same process again and again. So for them, even if they try to perform strategic foresight, they usually do the same thing when whoever is the client. Of course, governments and big corporations like banks prefer to have the stamp of a very big consultancy when they use, and this is a real story. We have been discussing with the government to run a foresight study about Greece 2015. I was explaining that we have to run workshops around the country, work with the youth, do a very big, I made the budget like more than €500,000. And then the Prime Minister came back and said, look, why we don't invite one of the big four to run the study for us and maybe sponsor the study. And this is a real case. What you said also about the youth is very important. And why we don't see very often the youth, it's because although we know it's very important, it's very difficult to collect the youth and involve them in a process. They're not interested to do things the way we think they have to do it. So, and this is related with the design of a Foresight process. So it's very important. And if you don't want us to have young people involved, at least you have to acknowledge this and acknowledge the limitation of what we have done. It's really important what you said, yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. One quick word about the youth for Professor and then for Dr. Servan-Schreiber. Thank you.
Okay, on the youth, I think it's a very good question. I would say that my brief response is the future literacy, studies or curriculum, I think need to be developed, not only for the university level, but also must go down to maybe to some level even at the schools. So I think if we can work together to develop this future literacy curriculum, then I think our youth will become more aware about what's coming. Thank you.
I'm old enough to remember when I was young, and I wasn't that smart just because I was young, right? So I think it's a mistake to think that the youth are the solution for today or even the solution for tomorrow. They can be as much the problem of today as they can be the problem of tomorrow. In my own country, France, young people tend to be, for example, far left on the political spectrum, and then as they grow older, they become smarter and figure out how the world works and avoid stupid mistakes. So that brings us to foresight, forecast, or however you want to call it, prediction. I don't like to make those differences too much. What I think is really important is that we involve everyone in trying to think about the future. Why is that? Because it's the hardest thing to do. It's the pinnacle of human intelligence. I think one of the inventors of AI said, prediction is the essence of intelligence. And indeed, if AI works today, it's because it abandoned the idea of trying to do logical problem solving and went full steam ahead in just trying to predict what would happen next, right? And that gives us generative AI and everything else. So what is super important, why is it super important to teach people one way or another to think about the future when they're young, when they're old, etc., is because you have to learn to be, to have some kind of empathy for reality, right? When you make a prediction, you are so often wrong. And that's that feedback from the world telling you, hey, your thinking about this was really bad, you know? That thinking and that feedback is what is going to make you smarter. Just like AI is learned by making mistakes and being corrected and incorporating that knowledge for the next decision. So if you want to involve the youth, as we do, for example, in prediction markets, we invite everyone, young and old. There are some wonderful old people who think about the world in the right way because they've learned how it works. And then there's wonderful young people who think new things about the world that the older people cannot think anymore because they lack also some imagination. Right? Involve everyone, open it up to everyone. Don't, focus on just one group or another, not just one region of the world or another. Involve everyone and teach everyone to learn more how the world works by trying to predict it, being wrong, and learning from the experience.
Very much. I'm sorry. We will take one last question from Dr. Qais Hamami. Actually, if you could make it a remark or an observation so we can close afterwards.
It's not a question. I would like to go back to the idea. I know that I should have taken the floor earlier, but thank you. Concerning the observation made by Mr. Victor as to the idea of foresight in Arabic language, this is very important for us as ICISCO and a Center for Foresight. Foresight was banned in the Arab world for 30 years, and the Cisco Center tries to play this role to reestablish the idea of foresight. The first colloquium that was organized in the Arab world on foresight took place here in Morocco in 1981 in Beni Mellal. And except Mehdi Manjra, our dear friend, the colloquium called Foresight and Development. In Arabic, it's Mustaqbaliyat and Development. The people who were present refused the idea of perspective. Why? Because they has confused this with the ghaibiyat, that is the ghaibiyat, the absence of which is forbidden by our religion. So we give importance to the concept and give a lot of importance to the idea and consciousness about the future in Arabo-Muslim culture. The ingredients of the foresight attitude are present in the language through a linguistic approach, in culture, very present, and the doctrine, when we say doctrine, we say philosophy and religion. Even the idea, the Holy Quran was a fight against the concept of ad-dahr. So we will fight. This is a glossary project we have because the idea of the future and consciousness of the future is very present in our culture. Just an observation. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I'm sorry, I need to conclude this panel and close it. We're a little behind time.
Everyone, and thank you for having followed us. Thank you to our esteemed speakers. It was really a great conversation, really appreciated it. I believe we have a coffee break, so enjoy it. Thank you.
Dr. Adel Smeda, expert in the science and technology sector at ISISCO. Dr. Hosni Ghdira, Director of Engagement Services, Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. Mrs. Sumia Jakata, Head of the ISISCO Office to UNESCO. And last but not least, Dr. Maha Gmira, Artificial Intelligence Expert and holder of the ISISCO Chair on AI. Dr. El Mustafa Zrazi, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Good afternoon, peace be upon you. I will run this session in Arabic. As my friend Qais just done, because I believe this language is not a poor language. The last work by the late Al-Mahdi al-Manjra, who always wanted to change the word from dirasat istishrafiya to dirasat al-istibsar, that is from a foresight to wisdom and insight. Artificial intelligence and its relation with building the future, whatever it is, raises certain fears with people. There are three schools. A school doesn't want to ride the train. It resists and terrifies us. That is, if we do not ride the train, we're going to stay in a corner, the other corner of the equation. There's another school that calls for teaching generations knowledge in all its forms and shapes so that we would control and master the future. And here, let me remind you of the pioneering project of ISISCO, led by His Excellency Dr. the General Director. That is, these are the societies we want. And she is related to this will in building the future. That is, we need to control the manufacturing of the future to a large extent. And it is also in link with ISISCO's project in launching a program that is fighting illiteracy in knowledge, which includes experts and youth at the same time. In this dialogue, I would like to extend a welcome to Dr. Maha Gmira, an expert in artificial intelligence. She has had partnerships with ISISCO and UNESCO. Of course, she teaches at Euromed University in Sidi Fez. And we call upon her first to talk to us about one of the main concerns today, which is ChatGPT. That is from the viewpoint of an expert and from the viewpoint of a member of society. And after that, I'm going to call upon Professor Sumia Jakta, who will talk to us also about fighting digital illiteracy, as it is a very important part of this equation. And Dr. Hosni Ghdira, who, of course, who has had a long experience, pioneering experience in artificial intelligence at the University of Mohammed bin Zayed in the United Arab Emirates. Dr. Adel Smeda will talk to us about the relationship between knowledge as it is related to artificial intelligence and foresight and its relation of decision making. Dr. Mera, you have 10 minutes, if you please.
Let me know the link and I'll share it.
Good afternoon.
Of course, would like to thank first the organizers,
But a special thank goes to ISISCO and its Strategic Foresight Center. It has been since 2021 a chairholder of Women in Science and ISISCO chair, so Women in Science, AI and Future. And that's maybe the right opportunity for me to thank all the ISISCO members, because I'm witnessing actions and truth commitment toward education, sensitizing people toward AI and digitization. I've been living in North America for more than 15 years. And I should confess that today, Islamic countries have nothing to envy to where I was before. So let's start first by this. Then it was a big pleasure to hear panelists before, especially Dr. Schreber, if I spell the name right. And that reminds me one of my first lectures I was given. It was about Literary Digest. So Literary Digest was an influential magazine in USA, which was well known for predicting election polls. And because of data, so I was fascinated by what the panelists, visited to see about what it was said, but didn't agree that much, and especially for the consortium data. So data is very important, sometimes much more important than the domain expertise, but also the prediction algorithms. And this, if you're curious, I'll be happy to share with you the story, because I have to present something else today. But Literary Digest basically failed, disappears because of the wrong prediction of who's should be the winner. And that time they have predicted Landon against Roosevelt, and the history, of course, can testimony that it was Roosevelt. So let's start first now by today. When I was invited, I was very, it was hard for me to choose either to present AI in general or to talk about something which is of interest for everyone today, which is ChatGPT and all those large language models. So I'll start first by this picture. It happened in 1988 in USA, when math professors picked against using calculators. Today, maybe in 2023, we're living this also against AI. No one is picking, but if you see social medias, you can feel, are we going to be replaced by robots? Is AI threatening our jobs? And those questions. Of course, when I was usually, I'm preparing my slides few weeks ago, and at that time, before March, we were talking about ChatGPT, which is the interface above the model 3.5, GPT 3.5, but then later on March, GPT-4, which is now much more powerful, appears. So everything started in so the idea of foresight is transversal to all my presentation. So everything started in 2018 with this very famous paper, Improving Language Understanding by Generative Pre-training. And the problem with this paper is that it wasn't accessible to the research community. So OpenAI have decided to keep it within Intramuros, so within OpenAI team. But this was the first time that Transformers, which is a large language model, was used in NLP, natural language model. OpenAI wasn't the first. So the first were Google 1 year before, in 2017. They have presented BERT as a first large language model, which was at the outbreak of what we were using before, which is recurrent neural networks. And so I will not go into details, just to highlight the timeline of those large language models. Then a year after that, and please, think about the speed here in research. Usually we're talking about, if we want to improve models, we're usually talking about years. Now we're talking about a year, month. So GPT-2, which is the second paper launched by OpenAI team, language models are unsupervised multitask learners. Then they started to democratize. So they opened the code, but they opened also the data. So the research community was able to train and to reuse this model. And then within this language models are future learners. This is the famous paper behind ChatGPT, the tool that we are using today, GPT-3. Of course, ChatGPT is based on the 5th series of GPT-3, which was, of course, well known for a big training set, but also thousands of parameters, which requires a huge computing power. And as I told you before, on March, I think it was on the 14th of March, GPT-4, which is technical reports, so no technical details were launched up to now. And of course, we can try the tool within the OpenAI website. Now, this was enough for just showing how things have evolved from 2017. Now let's talk more about the performances. But while highlighting the performances, you're gonna understand that I will also talk about the limits. So what is alignment? So that's another. So ChatGPT-4 now can use images. So can we go back one slide before, please? Merci. Non, l'autre. Merci. So alignment, what is alignment? Alignment is when you use ChatGPT, you feel that the tool, the interface is aligned with your desire. That's what we call alignment. So GPT-4 is about 40% more aligned than the previous version. Hallucinations are exactitude. How much ChatGPT is exact, is correct when you ask questions. And we can all witness that there is a big lag. There was a big lag in ChatGPT, but still in GPT-4, when you ask questions, sometimes you have wrong and sometimes very wrong answers. Then steerability is when you can reuse the ChatGPT, while using ChatGPT, it can have a tone, it can have a given style, it can have a given voice, it can write in a given mode. So this is what we call steerability. It was improved. And adherence to guardrails. So that's another question. There is a funny fact. So before, while using ChatGPT, you could ask to the tool to generate a poem of Donald Trump, and it would refuse. Then for Joe Biden, it would, in French, on dit un poème très lyrique. Et donc, very beautiful poem. And a lot of people, especially journalists of New York Times, have said that ChatGPT is biased. And actually it is, but not because of the tool, but because of the data. And one correction of one of the previous panelists, not all the data we've been generating, but only data from 2021. Okay. Multimodal model, that means that now GPT-4 can use images, but also text, while ChatGPT used only text. This is for me, of course, this is very subjective, very personal, but this is a funny picture. And the way GPT-4 analyzes this picture, so the question was, sorry, I don't have my eyeglasses. So what is funny about the image? Describe it Thank you very much, much better. And panel by panel. So this is a lightning cable. So it desiccates the image. It gives exactly what is funny, as it understands what is funny, and that's not non-trivial for programs. Then the other very interesting tool actually is it learns from graphs. So if you give to GPT-4 this graph and you ask simple question on average, what is it meat consumption within Georgia and Western Asia? It's gonna do the calculation, of course, from the picture, from the image. And a lot of people, so it gives the procedure. So a lot of people, usually when I'm giving conferences, they're asking me, it's gonna, 1 minute more, okay, I'm gonna end, in a few slides. AI is gonna replace humans, but just be careful. To do everything I've been mentioning up to now, people, the GPT-4 and ChatGPT was trained using people, what we call referent answers. So we asked technical professionals on questions, and we duplicate the mindset on how to explain to students. So that's reference answers, but also are all reinforcement learning policies. I'm really sorry, but I'm gonna take maybe 1 minute more because I wanna honor my mother. Usually she's, okay, so one funny, I'm gonna end with those two the last slides. So my mother was using ChatGPT a few times, not that much. And third time she asked me, Maha, I'm sure that we're gonna pay for this. What do you think? And I said, Mama, I don't know. It depends on OpenAI, maybe, maybe not. So that pushed me to understand more the pricing model because I was seeing ChatGPT from a technical point of view, but never from a financial point of view. Then, to understand, please focus 1 minute. One word, let's do it simple. One word is one token, okay? So you pay for tokens for how you ask question, but you pay also for the answer, okay? So suppose that because gonna consume one token, but because, and it's gonna calculate a probability on what's gonna happen, what's gonna come after. For example, COVID-19, the most probable word is gonna be symptoms, okay? So you're gonna pay for words, depending on your question, but there are some words which are cheap because this is a word that can be found easily in the internet. So that's the way the pricing model works. Now, what is the challenge for languages as Arabic? Is that Arabic are not that frequent in internet. So كلمة لماذا, the word لماذا, why, gonna take 9 tokens instead of only 1 token. So imagine if we're not in this, where comes Foresight, if we don't think much about those none that much used in internet languages, Tamil, Arabic, and there are plenty of other languages, we're gonna be marginalized by those tools very quickly. And here comes the role of Foresight. So I'm gonna end with this. I think I have one more, yes. Another, can we go back 1 slide more? So a lot of people are using today, and that's my opinion, personal opinion, ChatGPT to challenge it, but not really to create an added value. And I do believe that we have to use it as a tool to enhance our businesses and our way of doing things instead of just challenging AI. Let's use AI together to empower us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this discussion about ChatGPT today. Maybe next year we hope you talk about ChatGPT in 2030 or 40 to include it in the future. Maybe this speed time of innovations is scaring. Now I invite Sonia Jakarta, who is a member of Cisco family, but also it is far away from engineer community. She will be looking from a social science point of view, sociologist and international relations expert. So within this title of literacy, I guess we have three worries: how to ensure people that the machine will not control us, how to ensure people that the community of engineers will not be dictators and to monitor us, and how we can follow up and can be sure that we can adapt ourselves. Maybe this is the title of your presentation, please.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners. I want to thank colleagues, the university, and I am delighted to take part in this panel. Today we all agree to say that the launch of ChatGPT of IB by the year 2022 has launched world interest for generative applications and has led to many tools that can produce language, images, sound, and other results at a high speed. This kind of emerging technology has opportunities and challenges as well as immediate risks for the it has led to many concerns of ethical nature in relationship with education, namely questions in relationship with pedagogy and private data and the integrity of exams. Worldwide, governments have reacted quickly by taking up different approaches, restricting, banning, encouraging use of IA in the educational world. Facing this, decision makers need to find the right balanced answers to face up the new technology advances. I would like to seize this opportunity to attract your attention to one document produced by ISISCO and meant to tackle the ethical value or the ethics of artificial intelligence. So this document is available and we are hoping this effort is gonna be of great value. And so OECD also works on this issue, the European Commission also, and many other partners are working on this artificial intelligence ethics. Now, between yesterday and today, UNESCO has already organized 2 meetings on artificial intelligence. One with the ministers of education and the other one with judges. One to work on the content, the digital education, and the second one about copyright. You may have understood it's with us, but it's made available to the public for a few years, but it's already of ethical issues, and this is what I'm going to tackle. With the coming of IA, our society is upset, and it's gonna also upset digital technology, and it's gonna have an impact on writing and reading. We don't want to lean on it because it's gonna lead people to be on the margin of society. Now, COVID-19 pandemic confinement has also revealed systemic problems, lack of capacity among teachers, weakness in the curricula, lack of knowledge, and low or non-performing connectivity. We talk about 4.0 revolution. So what are the facts, what are the priorities and the opportunities of this new revolution? In a context where the education system are trying to guarantee a training and education for a fair and just digital knowledge, well, we have to act so that this could lead to learning and capacity building for a better answer to the needs of the job market and prepare for the jobs of tomorrow. Develop digital competence is also teaching citizenship, world citizenship, civism, critical mind, strengthen access to information and transfer digital reinforced skills. Progress have been registered in the 4.0 and a world framework has been adopted based on 40 referential skills that are being used at the regional and international level. The evaluations have shown disparities between the men and women, which undoubtedly shows gender inequalities when it comes to the digital world. Worldwide, women have less chance of knowing how to surf the internet, use the data, and safeguard information. These disparities are shown at every level, and these are skills that are necessary for every age to accomplish our daily and professional normal life. When it comes to high tech, there is a gap between men and women. From the G20, 7% in the G20, the ITC patents are only low, 7%. Worldwide, there are only 2% of women who submit patents. So now the level of candidates in the artificial intelligence and is less than 1% of women. With 2 decades for gender equality, the gap continues to get deeper, and still these digital skills are important if we want to move to 4.0 industry, which is today a political policy and a political necessity. If we look at the Arab world today, United Arab Emirates and the US have already adopted some strategy. Egypt, Tunisia, Egypt and Algeria are going to follow suit. Morocco has also started a research program in artificial intelligence and has an international center of IA, which was inaugurated in 2022 and managed by a woman. This information has great importance because, as we know, women represent only 28% of higher education or engineering graduates. 20% of the IA stuff, they are only 2%, and I was thinking it's 20. So here, Google is aware of that, and 70% of Google technicians and engineers are men. This difference between men and women varies from one position to another. In the ITCs, 83% of the engineers are men. Technology reflects values of those who are developing. So we have research centers which are mainly or exclusively made of men. So what's going to happen is that the algorithm which is going to be produced will be reflectful of a man's mind, especially when we know that these engines of Google are today only man mastered. Einstein says we cannot solve the problems with the same thoughts that we have used when we found them. Now, when every sector is including technology, identifying the challenges and change challenges into opportunities are a priority today. Investing in digital education, open transformation of education field, imagine tomorrow's school, and think about a good acquisition of the new knowledge so that digital and becomes more inclusive, more just, accessible, fair, modern, innovative, attractive, so that we could prepare a generation of men and women that are responsible, capable of producing, to contribute to their development Thank you for your attention.
Cisco for inviting me for this event. I'm very happy and proud to see how Cisco now is playing a leading role, not just for the Islamic world, but the whole region in reviving Foresight. And I'm happy to see like people coming from 5 continents here to Rabat to talk about the new development and the Foresight and to share knowledge that will benefit all of us at the end. I put a couple of slides. So my presentation will be mainly about from AI academic side, how academia can contribute to the Foresight community. So my name is Hosni Ghadira. I'm Director of Research Engagement at Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. It's a new university, but it's the first university in the world dedicated for artificial intelligence at the graduate level. So we have master's and PhD degrees in machine learning, computer vision, and NLP that are contributing to many research fields. And also, as part of the contribution, because you mentioned like how China and the US are leading the AI research activity, but Abu Dhabi and the UAE start like positioning and becoming a hub as well. As you know, the UAE, we have the first minister of AI. I don't think there is other government that have minister of AI, but this is overseeing the strategy, and as Sumaya mentioned, that was published in 2019. So next slide, please. So here I put together a couple of insights, how AI can contribute for strategic foresight. And from the AI scientific community, what kind of service we can provide the foresight expert. Because most of them, they are not computer scientists. So they are coming from a wide range of scientific background. But I think this complementarity, how we can complement this work with AI expertise and how AI can contribute to this work. So to see the specific, how AI can leverage in different ways strategic foresight. Here we're talking about data analysis, scenario planning, more importantly, like natural language processing, and we'll go in details about how NLP can contribute to the foresight research. There is another field in AI called predictive modeling that also can contribute directly to any advanced foresight work. Pattern recognition, decision support, adaptative strategy, and also risk assessment and mitigation. I put some more details for each of one. But before going in detail, I want to share with you some announcement about our language model, large language model that was published in Abu Dhabi this week. It's called Falcon. It was trained with 40 billion parameter and also using, because others were talking about tokens, so it's using 1 trillion token because as Ghada mentioned, we are integrating more weight for the Arabic language, and the Arabic language require more token for each word. So 1 trillion token was used, and the good thing about this model is open source. And now, if you see the official ranking about large language model ranking of open source model, the Falcon is ranked #1 in terms of capability. And this is very important for the foresight community when they want to integrate some AI component in their operational work, in their analysis, this one can be adapted. So we can benefit for text generation, for the translation, to produce summaries of documents. But sometimes you find document of 1,000 page and you want a one-page summary. So this model and all NLP and large language model will be able to give you one-page summary of 1,000 document automatically. And the challenging part is the Arabic language, because we start like working on adding more Arabic component. The text is fine, because we're talking about traditional Arabic, Fusha. But when we start like screening audios with different dialect and convert them to text and searching in this text, so we have to capture different dialects that are in the Arab world. And I thank ICISCO because they facilitated the visit. Last year, we visited 5 universities in Morocco, and the purpose of the visit was to bring many NLP computer scientists that can cover the North African dialect that can be integrated later on in this research. So now I prepared a couple of slides, so we go quickly about how each component of AI can help Foresight. I think those slides will be shared later on with all participants. So, for example, for the data analysis, so we know that all AI algorithm can process large volume of data. And here we are leveraging on the machine learning and deep learning capability of AI and helping to identify pattern, correlation, and emerging trends that are relevant for any Foresight study. And also, AI can be used to uncover like valuable insight that inform strategic decision-making process. When we talk about predictive modeling, so there are many techniques such as machine learning and predictive analytics that can be used to build models that can forecast future scenarios based on historical data. And this is the core work of Foresight. So especially this model can simulate different outcomes, assess risks, and also see how it can identify potential opportunities. Here, I want to focus more in the NLP part because this is the core AI element that is used for Foresight and strategic Foresight. Because the NLP technology is the natural language processing can help you to go through text, to generate text, to do translation, to do summaries, to even detect sentiment in documents. If you can screen document, so NLP algorithm can tell you if it's angry language, if it's soft language, that can be done automatically. And as I mentioned earlier, when you manage to convert audio to text, so you can search in audio as well. So for a Foresight, you can screen like thousands of videos and then convert them to text and search in the videos and go back to the video and see what word is mentioned, what time, at what specific video. And this is one of the key elements how NLP can be used for Foresight. Scenario planning, also there are many techniques that are used by the AI that can assist in creating and analyzing various scenarios by stimulating different conditions and by evaluation of potential impact. Because here we're talking about many scenarios. When we go to screening, because now there's millions of content published daily in many media, and then how any expert can go through it and can capture a relevant element to his study. So here is very important to have this process automated because there is no way we can allocate human resources to read all this document and capture all what you need exactly. Because sometimes now with Google search, you can search some words, but you cannot capture some trend, some pattern in the text, and some sentiment in the text as well. So this is how AI can help in this regard. Pattern recognition is very important, is used by the computer vision research in AI, but it can be used also to detect some pattern in the text itself. It can uncover some hidden relationship that we cannot easily detect and reveal emerging trends and provide early warning about potential disruption or opportunities through the document that is screened. Decision support, also the AI in the machine learning and deep learning can help in making decision through like simulation of many scenarios and using the best option for you to make your decision. adaptive strategy as well. So it AI can continuously monitor and analyze data streams, enabling organization to adapt their strategy in response to emerging trends. A trend that can be captured through different sources of data, especially here we're talking about virtual content. Here, the risk assessment and mitigation. Also, the AI can be very helpful in developing some strategy to reduce risk and to issue some warning system for potential vulnerabilities. I have to move quickly for, so we have a lot of challenges. So why AI can offer significant potential in strategic foresight? So there are several challenges. Data quality is the big one, and availability. Interpretability of the data and transparency is very important to track the source of your data, especially now we have a lot of fake news circulating online. The bias in ethical consideration. Bias is a very, very challenging issue, especially when you collect data in specific regions, so it will be biased on that region. So you have to make sure that your data is representative of the topic that you are covering. So privacy and security, and adaptability and agility as well. So here, there are more details about the key challenges. I don't want to go through them. So those are, you can read them, and you can have access to the slides later. So to show you how those key challenges you can overcome the challenges, and you can take into consideration those limitations as well in using AI in any foresight study. So just to conclude, here, the AI should be viewed as the tool to augment human expertise and decision-making, not to replace a human, because there are some activity that cannot be done with a machine. And this is very important to mention. So addressing the current challenges require a multidisciplinary approach involving domain expert, and this is the human contribution in this work as well. So thank you. I'll be happy to discuss with you any future collaboration as academia, as a research institute. We would be happy to work together in many initiatives. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Hosni. Very instructive and deep. Now I invite Dr. Adil Smida, expert in science and technology, once again from ISISCO family, and who will discuss or give us some insights on how can we use forecasting, foresighting to support policy making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon and bonjour. Actually, in this presentation, I'll try to see how artificial intelligence and see what will be relying on experts of the domain, of that domain, and asking them, talking with them, and see their point of view, and maybe you end up with predicting what's going to happen in the future. But traditional approaches have different limitations. Most of them depends on the way that we analyze data. So the first one is lack of agility, because humans sometimes they have the tendency to neglect small variants. So this will affect of the end of oversight. Also, the limited of scope. Humans, we always try to focus on a specific domain, but maybe that domain is affected with another domain, so we don't see the global view, or what do you call it, the cross-domain view. The third thing, we can also see the incomplete information, because humans are limited in their handling informations. Okay? So when we talk about predicting the future, we analyzing vast amount of data. So this is where artificial intelligence is more powerful than a human. And also, we can mention human biases. Humans, when they give advices, they give it from their own point of view. Not always, actually, most of the time. So the answer to that is an approach that enables the analysis of vast amount of data. So we end up with uncovering new patterns that a human being cannot recognize. And this will help us improve and find different activities. And of course, this will enhance the strategic plan for the future. So here it comes the artificial intelligence. So actually, what's good in artificial intelligence is that has the enormous ability to manipulate vast amount of data. Data, whether it's structured alphanumeric data or non-structured alphanumeric images, videos, voices, and this is what makes the machine is more compared to human is more powerful. So in this regard, we can see 4 components of artificial intelligence, and some of them my colleagues just mentioned them. The first one, the machine learning, where when we have vast amount of data, we have that machine learning. We trained the machine learning based on data sets, and after that, we can get the output of that machine. If we have inaccurate data, and if you have sufficient amount of data, the output will be most likely correct. But we can keep training this thing, what we call it artificial intelligence, that box, with new data, and in order to augment the accuracy of the output. Also, my colleagues mentioned natural language processing, and they mentioned the ChatGPT. Actually, ChatGPT, we can consider it as a tool for foresighting. Even though I myself yesterday, I asked ChatGPT, what do you think of the future of humanity? But the output was nonsense. Okay? He started talking, he said, I'm a machine, I cannot answer that. And after that, he gave me different choices, but nonsense. It's not because of the machine itself, but actually because of the data that's working in it. I'm using version 3.5, actually, which is based on a data of 2021. Okay? So maybe because of that. Maybe if we can get the version 4, which is, they said, it's 500 more powerful, than this one, maybe we can get a better output. Also, we can see computer visions, which has the ability to manipulate images and videos. So we will be able, the machine will be able to recognize some sort of parameters, and based on those parameters, we can predict what's going to happen. This is actually, it's very used in the medical domain, in the image processing. They're using it, and based on that, they decide whether the patient has that sort of disease or not. Also, we can see the expert systems, which can be used, we can consider ChatGPT as an expert system, even though I'm not sure, because to be an expert depends on the accuracy of the data. Okay. Yes, so I'll skip this one. So what will be the potential of artificial intelligence if we integrate it in the Foresight processing? We can see that the augmented intelligence helping the expert in that domain with the new chances, with the new options to predict much better. Automated data analysis, so we can work in vast amount of data, so the output will be much better. Integrated prediction and simulation, and also decision support and visualization. And we can also see the cross-domain analysis, which is much difficult for humans. Humans, we are tendency to focus in one domain, But if we talk about foresight for the future, actually, we should not focus on a domain. We should also see the impact of other domains on this domain. So I have just 1 minute. I'll go fast. Yeah, okay. I have this example. Artificial intelligence actually use it in the prediction of market for quite a long time now. For financial market. Okay. So what's happened? No, I have to go back. How to go back? Can you go to the? No, I want to see the last slide, please.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. Thank you very much. Yeah. So to conclude, I would like to conclude it with the part of a speech of a guy called John Beffler. This guy is actually he died in 1996, I think in 1997. He's Pfeiffer. I don't know if you know him. He's a electronic music composer. He said, "Man is a slow."
Speakers, maybe you, please, the first one. Then, okay.
السلام عليكم. أنا محمد الأنصاري من قطر.
Good afternoon. I'm from the Cultural Division of ICISCO. My question is, it should be addressed to Dr. Maha. Doctor, what I know, and it is quite common in statistics, is that Arabic language is the third or fourth language in terms of its content on internet after English, Chinese, and Spanish. So what are the references you have been using about the presence of Arabic on the net? And thank you.
Merci, merci.
Thank you, everybody. In fact, the Foresight comes after the decline of a forecast. There are lots of certitude or certainty. We are able to predict the future, and philosophy of foresight comes from the principle that any prediction is an imposture, so we are unable to predict the future. It's a systemic analysis that allows us to find or detect relationships between what we call variables. It's a systemic analysis. My question is quite simple. Today, with artificial intelligence, are we able to predict the behavior of people, knowing that there is a tendency worldwide? We're talking about people getting less and less intelligence and developing of this idea of stupid guys. Are we able today, thanks to artificial intelligence, to predict the behavior of individuals? Thank you to all the panelists for their wonderful presentation. In fact, as I was hearing and listening to the great capacity in artificial intelligence, could bring us a lot of good. Oh, of course, what comes to mind is that can artificial intelligence, can it bring us psychological serenity, tranquility, and any psychological needs? I fear what I fear, that children and grandchildren and all their concern with such new technologies. And can we forecast the values that young people need to have? My question to Madam Sumaya, I would like to say that in the Arabic Network for Fighting Illiteracy and Adult Education, we did our first program and methodology called Women and Life to fight women illiteracy, and it took place in 2015. So we chose Microsoft to transform it into digitalization. It's the only program with which we can fight women illiteracy at the time of Corona crisis. We are honored as Arab states that we have successful programs, curricula, and which we have implemented in many areas. And in the National Commission UNESCO competition or contest, we won in training Egyptian women in the Arab world. There are great efforts furnished in the field of digitalization and methodologies that is in line with the basic necessities and needs of women. Thank you.
For your presentations. They were insightful. Well, my comment is addressed to Mrs. Maha. Yes. The worry we have as teachers, well, I'm a professor at the University of Notre-Dame, and I'm going to talk about ChatGPT and its use for the students. Our worry as teachers or professors is not about ourselves. We're not afraid of using it from the part of student. What we are suspect about is that we are decreasing the intelligence of our students if we leave them or if we let them use it. So, for example, I had a student who produced an expression, not a writing, and then it was perfect, too true to be perfect. Yeah. And then when I asked him, was it you who wrote this essay? He said, oh yes, but I had to pass through a very long path. I checked grammar on Quillbot, and then I checked something else with Zotero, then Smoothie, then something on ChatGPT, and he confessed that. Well, but his real writing is not that true, that's correct. So that's our fear about the use of ChatGPT or Smooth, whatever other tool.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe the last, please, just to be short, because I guess I'm over the time provided. The last one. I will give you 1 minute each.
Thanks, Mr. Krazazi, and thanks for the panelists for your insightful, output. When we talked about, intelligence, artificial intelligence, we really want to know how far a human can control that. Because when we know that we have a robot as a CEO in China, this is frightful. And as an academician, I think that ChatGPT is a good tool, but we want, as our professor from Ibn Tufayl said, we want to control a little bit how far our student can be innovative and how far their neurons can work. Otherwise, it's going to be really, and we have a problem of plagiarism. I mean, Erkund cannot detect what ChatGPT because it's already on internet, and it's on, I think, on internet from 2020 or something like that, all the information. So please correct me all those information because I need to work with that, and I need also to be making some foresights of the future of our academia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will give to the speakers 1 minute for each. Sorry to be that much tough, because I guess they are putting a lot of pressure on me. Thank you.
Par souci to be more inclusive and to be fair enough languages, I'll answer questions in French. So I'll give few seconds for people who want to use the translation tool. Alors, merci pour ces questions. Je vais commencer dans l'ordre. La première question. Alors, le
first question, the pricing model is a financial model that doesn't tell us, can tell us the language that exists more by order, but the one that is used mostly in research. So, in fact, the pricing model, which is based on a probabilistic model, that is what is the word will be most probable, or will follow more probably after another word that is in accordance with probability, which is the probability of the utilization of the universal community on the net. In this sense, we're not talking about the language, most present language in terms of context, but the most used language. I don't love this idea of marginalizing languages. In fact, the whole process or the whole movement is inclusive. It goes in this direction. Second question. We cannot go over each question separately. I will be very brief, but I find your question, Professor, an excellent question. I think it would be, and I'm always saying it in my presentation, that it would be, to be politically correct, not very judicious on our part to interdict the use of ChatGPT as a tool of education. However, the use of just like that of this tool wouldn't give good results. I think we need to educate the teacher, professor, because the teacher, professor is part of this ecosystem. He must modify, change his way of giving his lessons. We cannot now continue working in the same way and teaching in the same way we used to teach in 20 years ago. We need to so the example of the use of the calculator would answer these questions. We need to know how to use this chat GTP. Sonia, 1 minute. We need to close this session. Thank you. I will do it in more than 1 minute. I would like to answer the question raised by Qais. Qais, if you can stay with us. Are we able to predict behavior, people's behavior? It's a big question. I'm going to focus a little on the behavior of young people. Are we capable of predicting the behavior of people who use artificial intelligence in its actual states. There are certain tendencies for a biased artificial intelligence (AI) and for an AI that is used in research and development, where there are mainly men that use it. There are certain AI that are biased a little for young people. Just to conclude, for young people who use ChatGPT to produce essays that wouldn't have any intellectual basis, could be probably wearisome and preoccupying. It's not binary. It's not yes or no. Dr. Hasni.
With Sumaya, regarding your question, how the education system is impacted by the new tools of AI. I think, as Maha mentioned, it's the role of teachers now and professor to adapt their methodology as well. Because before, professor was the source of knowledge, not anymore. In my age in high school, I have to go and listen, taking note. At that time, there is no Google, no internet. And then when I have project, I have to go to the public library, taking copies, taking notes, reading sometime one book to capture one paragraph. But now, like, student can access to online data. If you give him a topic, he can give you 2,000 pages in one night. So the role of professor become not source of knowledge, but facilitator of knowledge, how you can digest it. I think it's very important for professor or teacher to adapt now their teaching methodology to existing technology, because when they go to the work life, when they start working, they still have access to this technology. You cannot tell them you cannot use ChatGPT in your work. And now,
Thank you, Dr.
because,
Husn.
okay,
Thank
just
you.
quick.
And you are from the family, less than 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, I see that this discussion is changed a little bit to judging artificial intelligence, in particular ChatGPT. Well, actually, ChatGPT and education, if you go back like 15 years ago, when we started using internet and all the buzz concerning that, and people they're starting, this is going to change everything, the ethics, the education. Now we cannot live without internet. The same thing, I think it's going to be with natural language process applications, and this is including ChatGPT. It's going to be part of the education ecosystem, and teachers and actually the curriculum should be changed regarding that.
Thank you,
very much.
Dr. Adil. Thank you, everybody. And before closing this last session, so we should go to conclude the remarks, I should thank the ISESCO, the Department of Foresight with Dr. Khais, the University of Mohammed bin Fahd, and of course my institute, the Policy Center for the New South. Thank you for your patience, and we close this session. Thank you.
We also welcome Dr. Salim Al-Malik, Director General of ISISCO. Dr. Qais Hamami, Director of the Strategic Foresight Center at ICISCO. And last but not least, Dr. Nizha Shkruni, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South.
Hello, yes. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to greet you all on behalf of ICISCO, and would like to use this opportunity to thank, first of all, the Prince Mohammed Fahd University and also the Policy Center for New South, Mohammed VI University, for partnering this important conference, 2 days conference with ICISCO. It is great honor and pleasure to see such a wonderful audience discussing, contemplating in 2 days the importance of the foresight studies in many aspects of our life. So I'm privileged and tasked to do the summary of today's conference. Very honorable task, and I would like to mention that during these 2 days we had indeed very insightful, enriching, enlightening, and very profound debates. And me personally, I was really impressed by the quality of the discussions and how foresight studies can help us in tackling many challenges that the world is facing and the humanity is facing. And with all due and without further delay, I know that we are running out of time. I would like to move to some summaries that we have collected during these 2 days from these really enriching discussions. Well, I would like to start with the strategic partnership, the strengthening the international partnerships, which is one of the main conclusions of today's 2 days discussions. And we recognize the importance of the international collaboration and partnership in advancing the foresight studies. And during these 2 days, I've heard some of our already ideas to launch this partnership. And here, as a head of the international cooperation and partnerships sector, we are really very happy to hear that. And I believe this kind of forums is a really good platform to start and to initiate the partnerships. Second important element that we also discussed, and which I believe will contribute to our further debates, fostering knowledge and expertise. And this is also important to understand that we need to invest more in research and education to enhance the knowledge and expertise in the field of foresight. We had listened academia and in university people, scholars. We listened also the chairs, UNESCO and ICISCO chairs. So they gave us a very insightful ideas in this regard. The third is elaborating, and this is maybe from ICISCO perspective is very important, elaborating a foresight guide for the Islamic world. Here, I think we need to understand that we need to work with the member states on what we gather and recollect from this kind of discussions, and in the form of guidelines, in the form of recommendations that we can deliver to the member states and also to the institutions within the member states of the Islamic world. Then I think we need to highlight the importance of the foresight studies in contributing to the implementation of the SDGs, namely to the social economic development. And here also there are very interesting ideas we have heard about how the Foresight studies will help us and will help the policymakers to elaborate the policies in a view to contribute to the attainment of the development of the implementation of the SDG goals. Then we also had a very good discussions today on the strategic diplomacy, how strategic diplomacy, how Foresight can help strategic diplomacy to advance these ideas and the discussions when we are encountering the challenges, then the time of the strategic diplomacy to take place, and how Foresights can be helpful and useful in this regard. And we have listened very good professor and the leader of the think tank, insightful ideas about this. And of course, we came to conclusion after all these 2 days that we need to continue working with the stakeholders of the Foresight and the think tanks, public institutions, government agencies, policymakers, and to continue fostering the Foresight networks. This is very important and very crucial. And I think today's event is indeed a very good contribution to further strengthening the Foresight networks. So with all these conclusions, I would like again to congratulate, first of all, ISESCO, us, and also the universities and all of you for joining us and giving us this very important piece of information that we will use in our work in future. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as our conference draws to a close, I would like just to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all of you. This conference was a tremendous success. It is thanks to you all, the attendees, the speakers, the moderators, of course, the organizers. I would like to thank the ISESCO, namely the Center for Perspective, the University, Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, and a special thank to our wonderful team, the young people behind this who were working very hard. Thank you very, very much. I won't be long, just 2 words, because I cannot not say that these 2 days were very insightful. We have very, very insightful discussions, innovative ideas, valuable networking that it will continue after this conference. And also, I would like to say that this conference will be continued in other projects, because this is what we aim to do, to continue to network, to discuss, to share, but also to build this new South that we have this dream to make it an actor of change and to have impact in the world. So thank you for being here. The Policy Center for the New South was very, very glad to host this conference, to partner, to prepare this conference. Please visit our website to learn more our work, what we publish, and our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, really. I have learned quite a lot over the past 2 days. I thought that before listening to the speakers that I know something about strategic foresight, but I realized that what I know is just maybe 1%. Today, I think I added my percentage much higher. From today, I think we should really sort of focus so much on foresights, strategic foresights. And I hope that ministers of education have attended this conference for two reasons. One, they work with our future, our children, our youth. And if they don't build in their minds the importance of strategic foresight, I think we're going to graduate a student who cannot foresee their future. So if there is one thing that I would like to add, and allow me to say it, is part of our recommendation is putting the importance of strategic foresight as part of our curriculum from even elementary school, not just at the universities. The second thing, I think that we will do more of workshops and sessions, and I think the workshops will be targeting our youth, which in my opinion are very important. Just delivering more workshops in strategic foresight, so at least that they know the importance of strategic foresight rather than going through other things. Now, I do agree with all those who have spoken about ChatGPT, and I do have my respect also to those who are against ChatGPT, but I am sure that it's going to be part of our life. We have to use it in the way that we should use it and keep away from the negative things about ChatGPT. My sincere thanks to the speakers who really have enlightened us, who really have put us in the picture of the importance of strategic foresight. They came from all over the world, and their contribution today is not just only for ICISCO or the Policy Center, but I think it's going to be for many others. We are putting all the speeches in our YouTube ICISCO channel, the ICISCO channel in the YouTube, so that people, whenever they want to refer to it, they can really sort of go to our channel. And I think this will be done, inshallah, within a couple of days. My sincere thanks to the Policy Center for New South at Mohammed VI Polytech University. My special thanks to my colleague Qais and the behind the scene, his team from the Strategic Foresight Center. They really have done a great job. And all what I would just say, congratulations for all what you have done. You really we are very proud at ICISCO that you really have made it. Once again, thank you, and we would love, and we will see you, inshallah, very soon at ICISCO headquarters, and I'm sure that you will enjoy something different. We'll take you away from the strategic foresight to the ICISCO headquarters, and you will see something that I'm sure that you will like, inshallah. Thank you.
شكرا معاليك. Vraiment un grand
Thank you, Your Highness. Great. Thank you to my colleague, my Foresight colleagues and Foresight practitioners. A big thank you also go to Policy Center, to Mrs. Nizha Shakhruni, who has believed in this idea, in this project. For a few months now, we have been talking about this forum, and this shows also this will by ICISCO and Mohammed bin Fahd University, that is an ICISCO above all, for promoting the foresight culture, which is very dear to our general management, which subscribes to this new vision in ICISCO as a major stakeholder of foresight. And I insist on the idea of the consciousness of time, and which is in perpetual change. So a big thank you also. Sincerely, I wish to thank also my team one by one, because they have done extraordinary work, not by alphabetical order. There is Hijr, there is Omar, there is Rim, there is Hiba, there is Doha. Who's on the phone now? call upon Zainab and company, Iman, to come to the podium. Fadila, Iman, Hala, Khadija. Aqil, also from my Cisco, Tahar, Si Muhammad, everybody.
Oui, M, elle est là, oui, M. Voilà. Donc, ils sont importants.
They are the most important people. Let's give them a big hand, please. They did extraordinary work organizing this conference. And everybody here, Zakaria, who is not here, who has contributed also. Everybody who is not present here today, who works behind the scenes. And we invite the experts once again to do a group picture. And the panelists and everybody is invited at the headquarters of ICISCO for lunch and to visit our museum, an extraordinary museum or exhibitions. We arrived at 2 million visitors so far. A big thank you, and long live the future and long live Foresight. Thank you. And the interpreters, it goes without saying, thank you, interpreters. Al-Mutarjimin, thank you to the interpreters. I have learned many concepts in Arabic and in French and English. Thank you. The panelists, the speakers, come all of you over here. Aliyun, Suhail, where are you? Moderators.